Okay, folks, and it is that time. I barely have a voice right now, but screw it. We're going to make it through all of tonight. Welcome, everyone, to the Super Tuesday live stream, mega stream, whatever you want to call it. We will be broadcasting you the results coverage, candidate speeches, all of that, as usual. And it's a little special, though, this time because it's Super Tuesday. Yeah, it's not normal Tuesday. It's Super Tuesday. Wow. Anyways, time for Nikki Haley to lose, and we'll see if Cenk Uygur wins Vermont. Okay, and if you're wondering what I'm talking about, we'll talk to you about it in a second. Stay tuned. All right, folks, and oh, did the stream drop right when we started? All right, hold on. Well, that's great. Okay, we're back. Okay, folks. Sorry about that. Welcome, everyone. Sorry about if the stream just dropped for you. My sincerest apologies. But welcome, everyone, to our Super Tuesday stream, folks. Tonight, there are a lot of elections going on. We have primaries / caucuses going on in California, Utah, Colorado, Minnesota, Vermont, Massachusetts, Maine, Virginia, which with less than 1% of the vote in, Donald Trump is winning 68% to 30%, although Virginia tends to be a red mirage state. If you remember that from the presidential elections, I don't know if it's that I believe actually they count their election day first, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but it's Virginia. I mean, blue state. Does have a red governor, but I don't think he's really changed the election laws there fundamentally. But, that is a state, hey, maybe Nikki Haley thinks she can have a play in. But realistically, I think the hope for Donald Trump is you win literally every single state today. But we'll break that down for you in a second. But Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Alaska, which in Alaska, the Alaska caucus ends at midnight Eastern time. I don't know if we'll be up to tell you the Alaska results, ladies and gentlemen. I think we know what they're going to be. Although Alaska is a little bit of a weird state, we also know that. But still, it's Alaska, and Nikki Haley has no chance. So, I don't know if we'll do that. But yeah, before we begin tonight's election coverage, and our first polls have closed in some of our states here, such as, obviously, Virginia and Vermont. And is that basically it? Okay, well, while we wait for the majority of our polls to close, folks, be sure to leave a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and as usual, if you would like to support the show, feel free to do so via the super chats, and that's about all I have to say on the housekeeping front. Anything else that I'm missing? Actually, no, we will be, okay, minor announcement. I haven't talked about it yet. I've been meaning to. We will be launching a subscription exclusive website soon, okay? So like thevincedao.com or something along those lines. So I'll let you know a lot more as we go on, but just going to throw that out there kind of as an early promo. That should be coming in about a few weeks here. So, we might do blogs on there. We'll do probably like exclusive style videos we can't necessarily do on YouTube, as well as I'm thinking of maybe setting up like a members blog on there so you guys can, write your thoughts or maybe like write articles, because I know a lot of the kids who watch my channel are into that type of stuff. I don't know. It's in development right now, but just wanted to throw that out there. Without further ado, let's get into tonight's election coverage. Obviously, we're kind of sitting around here waiting, but I am staying posted because we have a live feed set up of the Donald Trump watch party over in West Palm Beach, or actually, sorry, Palm Beach, Florida, over there at Mar-a-Lago. And while we're sitting around here waiting, I was tuning into the what is it called? Live Now. Okay, I always forget what that thing is actually called. It's not News Now. It's actually called Live Now. The Fox feed here. And I guess at the current moment, Joe Biden is stuck in some type of meeting, looking lost and confused. And I was just watching this before the stream, but let's really quickly tune in here and see what's going on, because we are waiting on our election results. But let's see.
Voters there making their way to the polls in places all around the country.
Like
I'm
you
Andrew
see,
Kraft.
you
Thanks
see
so
the
much for being with us here.
Joe Biden's face.
And we are going to be starting our coverage.
unfair and deceptive
and
practices
this
in
is
poultry
this is
tournaments.
basically what the president of the United States is up to at the
of
moment.
USDA
Okay?
that harmed a competition along the lines of the Sherman and Clayton Acts should not be applied to backers and stockyard cases. We're very close to publishing a final rule that aligns the product of the USA label with consumer understanding of what that claim means. We're working on label standards and verification guidance for claims such as animal-raised practices.
He definitely knows where he is at the
trust
moment.
Those labels. And lastly, we're
so like I
wrapping
said,
up
okay,
the
I
more
was
than
I was
$1 billion
I was waiting to
of
start the
investments that you
stream.
challenged
I
us to
tuned
make
into the feed
in
really
meat and
quickly, and this
poultry
is what's going
processing
on at the White House.
this spring and
Right
summer,
now or earlier
focused on
today, I have no
small,
idea.
independently owned
But
local facilities. I'd like to highlight the steps we continue to take to promote transparency, the farmer's voice, and research access. With the partnership of the United States Patent and Trade Office, we're also helping farmers and plant breeders access to more USDA from domestic and sustainable fertilizer capacity.
Like, what is going on in
to food
Biden's
system
brain right now?
transformations and more. USDA is using our expertise and balance sheet to bring down prices for consumers, promote fairness for farmers and workers.
We need an AI
with the
dub of
Department
this, like
Justice,
whatever's
ensuring
going
up
on in
the resiliency in our food and
his brain.
agricultural supply chain, all of which you directed and challenged us to do.
Can I ask you a question? What kind of response you're getting from farmers, and particularly livestock producers?
Mr. President, they welcome these changes. For far too long, they felt that they were at the mercy of a relatively small number of integrators and processors. So to the extent that they now have more options to be able to
Why are they live
process
streaming this?
Their cattle at local and independently owned processing facilities, some of which are farmer owned, to the extent that they know that they have a balanced playing field, that they understand.
Okay, so
better who they're doing
anyways,
business with.
I just wanted to show you that really quickly because I was watching that before the stream. I was like, that's just amazing. Okay, I mean, I guess it's not amazing that it's the president, but you know, I gotta admit, I kind of had a laugh at that. Okay. Anyways, with that said, folks, let's kind of preview what we are going to see and talk about tonight. So, big caucus or primary, I should say, to watch here is Vermont. And you may be saying, and by the way, we just got our first results out of Vermont. Donald Trump is winning by like 30 or so votes. Minor vote dump there. But why do I say Vermont is key to watch? Because Vermont is one of the only states that Nikki Haley may, unfortunately, folks, have a legitimate shot at winning. And why do I say that? Well, because first of all, as people I'm sure are familiar, you know, Vermont is sort of similar to New Hampshire, but it's a little more blue, right? It's one of those weird states. So it's a New Hampshire style state. But also, you know, Nikki Haley has put a lot of her efforts supposedly into Vermont here, and you're going to get a lot of crossovers. So just keep an eye on that, because if Trump wins all 15 states, including Vermont, which I certainly hope happens, and I think it'll be close up there, it'll be a great sight to witness. Because if you didn't see over the weekend, the Nikki Haley campaign is currently celebrating the fact that they actually won a primary. They won one single primary. You're asking which primary is it? It's Washington, D.C., okay? And I saw a Nikki Haley account respond to winning Washington, D.C. by saying, this is proof that Nikki Haley, I kid you not, this is basically what they said. They said, this is proof that Nikki Haley's grassroots conservative movement is growing, okay? Because you won Washington, D.C., a.k.a. the swamp. Okay, which I think, you know, shouldn't be surprising. I you know, not to cope, because I know her supporters may say I'm coping about this. No, I'm genuinely not. I think it is a flex that Trump is killing you everywhere in the country except the swamp, except Washington, D.C., because who's in Washington, D.C.? Who lives and votes in Washington, D.C.? People who are lobbyists, who work on Capitol Hill, you know, staffers, interns, all of that stuff. The political class, the swamp, aka, okay? So is it exactly, and by the way, just a lot of Democrats in general. You know, I think Washington, D.C. is something like 90% Democrats in terms of the voting there. So not only do you have, as usual, Democrats voting for Nikki Haley there, but even the Republicans who may be voting in the Republican primary there are not the people we want representing MAGA or Donald Trump or his movement or whatever. But anyways, long story short, she was absolutely celebrating, okay? She was gleaming at the fact that she won Washington, D.C., and she says, this is proof that we have a legitimate campaign because we won D.C., and onwards, we have so much Nikki-mentum. And then I believe the very next night she lost North Dakota by almost 60 points. Okay. So anyways, I say all that to say that Vermont tonight is going to be one of those states to watch, because this is another small, I'm not going to say they're irrelevant, okay? Because every state in this country is beautiful, except a handful of them. But Vermont, fine. But, that might be where Nikki Haley is most competitive. However, you currently look right now, and Donald Trump is winning with less than 1% of the vote in. So I say stop the count right there, okay? But, so we got a little bit of results here out of Vermont and Virginia. Donald Trump still winning in Virginia. And, if Nikki Haley has a very strong night, I'll kind of go over this. You would expect she might have a very strong showing out of Virginia because, you do have... Obviously, it's generally a blue state. Glenn Youngkin is an exception, not the rule there. But even the Republicans there, hey, maybe they're more of the suburbanite type of Republicans, and obviously you have the D.C. suburbs there. I still think Donald Trump's going to win Virginia, but that could be one of Nikki's better states. So I guess let's keep an eye on that. Although Donald Trump is crushing it there right now. The Deep South, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Let's not kid ourselves. We know Trump is going to win there big. She, however, has been campaigning pretty big in Utah and Colorado. Okay, so the other, I think it was a couple weeks ago, or was it this past week? Honestly, I forgot. When was the Michigan primary? I think it was last Tuesday, right? Anyways, during the Michigan primary, she refused to acknowledge that result. She basically claimed it wasn't real, but she was instead spending that whole day campaigning in Utah and Colorado. So you may say, why Utah and Colorado? Well, first of all, Utah, she is hoping to basically bank there on the Mormon vote, right? She's going to say, hey, it's the state of Mitt Romney, right? You notice this, okay? Notice this, folks. Every attempt she makes to win over voters, either she's relying on the votes of Democrats or she's relying on the votes of the biggest rhinos in the country, okay? But, she's kind of hoping there that, hey, the Mormon voters, maybe they don't like Donald Trump, it's Mitt Romney's state, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe she can pull something off in Utah. I highly doubt that. I honestly think, as much as people make fun of the Mormons and Utah and all that stuff, sometimes it comes down to circumstance. And honestly, if like my personal opinion, I think Trump's probably a little more popular in Utah than people give him credit for, but you understand why Nikki Haley's trying there. And then, of course, Colorado. Why? Because it's a blue state, okay? It's a blue state. She's hoping to win there, and that's basically how that goes. California, however, a state you can very much expect to go big for Trump, if I were to guess. I mean, that's what the polls have been seeming to show out of there, and you could apply the same logic saying, hey, maybe it's California, they don't like Trump so much either. But at least, as someone who grew up there, obviously liberals are the majority, but the minority of conservatives, aka the Republican primary voters in California, for the most part, can tend to be pretty, pro-Trump and conservative and all that. So I don't think he'll have much of a problem in California. Nikki really never even made a play there. She's really relying on maybe the smaller states where she can perhaps make an impact there, right? As we look back in Vermont here now with 2% of the votes in, Donald Trump is still destroying her. So you certainly love to see that. That is good to see. So anyways, that's basically all there is to talk about on the Republican side as we await for some of these results here. But there is one thing very briefly I want to talk about on the Democrat side. I mean, there's not much to be said. Obviously, we know Joe Biden's going to win every single state tonight. But I made a promise to you guys a couple weeks ago that I would be paying attention to the Vermont Democrat primary. Why? Because that is a state, ladies and gentlemen, where Cenk Uygur has qualified, okay? Our favorite rage pig, okay? The dark horse of the Democratic Party, the progressive bulldozer, because that's a thing. I just made that up, okay? He's actually qualified on the ballot in Vermont. You may be asking how that's possible. Cenk Uygur's not a natural-born citizen. He's not eligible to be president. Why did he qualify on the Vermont ballot and actually some other ballots as well, i.e. the Texas ballot, okay? So long story short, he currently is trying to do a lawsuit, right? He's trying to make the argument it's probably going to go... I mean, honestly, I think it'll just get tossed out because he's such a clown, but the the thing he's trying to do is take it all the way up to the Supreme Court and make the case that actually he is eligible to be the president there because, you know, he claims the 14th Amendment, long story short, nullifies the original clause in the Constitution that forces you to be a natural-born citizen. And long story short, I'm kind of yapping about it. Long story short, some states have said, okay, we'll put you on the ballot pending your lawsuit, and then we'll decide after the lawsuit whether or not your votes were legitimate, again, pending the results of that lawsuit, right? So that's why Cenk Uygur has made it on the ballot in some of these states. Now, why do I mention Vermont? Because Cenk Uygur, folks, actually went out and said that he thinks he can win Vermont. Okay? So, they have already called it for Biden, but listen, it's only, sorry, let me scroll down. It's only 2% of the votes in. I think that might be an early call because not only did Cenk Uygur say, it's the home of progressives, we can win the state of Vermont, but on top of that, okay, get this. Okay, the funniest thing is not just him thinking he'll beat Joe Biden in Vermont. He thinks that when he beats Biden, because he is the Free Palestine candidate, he thinks that if Joe Biden loses the state of Vermont, it will push him to negotiate a ceasefire in Gaza. Okay, so Cenk Uygur, according to him, again, some of you guys may have seen the video on this, not only does he think he will win Vermont, but he thinks when he does it, he will create world peace. Okay, he will actually stop the war going on in Israel. He will end war itself. Okay? And again, he has actually qualified for the ballot in this state. So, we will be watching this closely. I'm not going to call it yet. Okay? Usually I just listen to the networks for these calls, but with only 2% of the vote in, I'm going to make a very estimated prediction here, a very calculated one based on true and rational science, that the remaining 98% of the votes will split 60-40 for Cenk Uygur, and Cenk Uygur will indeed, folks, be the winner of the Vermont primary. Okay, it is Super Tuesday. That's what they call it. No, it's Cenk Tuesday. Super Cenk Day. He's coming, okay? It's time! This is my time! Okay? So, but yeah, we will be watching both the Democrat and Republican results out of Vermont there just because it's hilarious. Okay. On top of that, though, let's just take a look at some of these other results going on with the Democrats. Biden here in Iowa gets 91% of the vote. Not much to talk about. 89% right now in Virginia. I think the cause for concern for Biden is if he only gets around 80% of the vote or maybe less than that, right? And that did happen in Michigan, largely because the Palestine crowd, and, you do have a heavy Muslim population there. You do have the University of Michigan and places like that. You actually had 100,000 votes show up to protest against Biden and vote for the uncommitted option, if you'll remember that happened in the Michigan primary. So, we'll have to see if there's any results like that tonight for Biden. I seriously doubt it because the coordination mostly took place in Michigan. And like I said, Michigan's a little bit of an anomaly because of the Muslim population there. But who knows? Who knows? Because you do have Minnesota, right? Minnesota, another state with a Muslim population, another, state where the Democrats obviously are pretty left-leaning. It has Minneapolis in it, okay? Minneapolis is the urban center. Minneapolis, the only city, frankly, in America that I've ever seen do this. Cities are usually Democrat, that is true. But the BLM people in 2020 burned down the entire city, and Minneapolis, in response, went more blue. That rarely happens, right? Even in blue cities, that rarely happens because usually when crime, all that stuff breaks out, the city actually swings a little bit to the right. And it doesn't mean a Republican wins it, but it does usually mean, hey, the Democrat that time around does a little bit worse. Only city where what you saw in 2020 happens, and the response is to vote even harder for the Democrats. Okay, so, with that said, maybe it could be a place where you do see a protest vote against Biden. I don't know. It certainly won't be as big as Michigan, but that'll be something to watch on the Democrat side. And besides that, I don't think the rest of this really matters. We know Joe Biden's going to sweep the map. He is obviously the incumbent. There's not much to talk about there. Correction. Sweep the map except for Vermont, because Cenk Uygur is going to win Vermont. All right, with that said, let me check in and see if we got any super chats here, and we did. A lot of our major polls are scheduled to close at 7:30, which is now only 4 minutes away, so be sure to stay tuned for that. We'll see what we're looking at right now. But, okay, ladies and gentlemen, with just 10% of the vote in over here in Virginia, the Associated Press has just called Virginia for Donald Trump. So there you go. One piece off the board, done. Nikki Haley shut down. And again, this is a state Nikki maybe thought she could make a play for. With 10% of the vote in, it looks like absolutely not. Donald Trump up 64-34 right now, crushing Nikki Haley. And the AP has called it for Donald Trump. So that's 1 down, 15 to go. And again, Vermont, after that then, if that's how it went in Virginia, Vermont really might be the only state to watch in terms of can Nikki Haley maybe pull off a bird brain upset. Okay. But yeah. Okay, with that said, folks, again, just called it for Virginia. Let's take a look at some of these super chats here. And I need to pull up the Streamlabs thing, but would love to hear your guys' thoughts. And it signed me out. Don't you just love when that happens? Okay. You know, like, you have all these cyber attacks. Everyone's getting hacked and SIM swapped constantly. But you're really saving my personal security by signing me out on my own desktop. Okay, thank you for that. Anyways, with that said, folks, let's get to these super chats. It's just Liam donates $2 and says, use this money to give to Cenk. Actually, okay. I don't have a voice right now. I really should not be doing the Cenk Uygur impression tonight, but it's just too good. It's just too good, okay? You know, I'd rather lose my voice than keep my voice and not do the Cenk Uygur impression. But yeah, I totally forgot about that. He said that, excuse me. He said that he is actually giving personal phone calls to everyone who donates $100 to his campaign. And I said I was going to donate $100 to his campaign so we can prank call him, but I have not done that. I've not done that yet, so I got to remember to do that. Unfortunately, it's also tax season. Like, that it's the government's about to basically rob me in a couple of days here. But I will try to find the $100 to scrounge up and donate to Cenk here. And with just 3% of the vote in, by the way, minor vote dump here, Donald Trump still leading significantly in Vermont. So that's good. You love to see that. Okay, rest of these super chats here. Dollar for $2 says, I went to the Trump rally in Richmond. Great time. Thank you for the 2. And clearly it worked because Donald Trump just won the state of Virginia. So that's great to see. Okay. Here we go. One Suit Senpai for $5 says, Ryan Garcia / Bohemian Grove. Any thoughts? You know, I don't know a lot about the whole Bohemian Grove thing. All I know is it's a secret society, and I believe what the Bushes were in it, right? I mean, you can probably imagine what goes on in those meetings, okay? I mean, that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I think it's something that probably explains itself, okay? I'm not an expert on it, but that's about the extent to it. And they meet in some forest. So what do you think goes on in that forest? Okay, I'm sure they just meet to have lunch or something, right? Thank you for the 5. And I got to turn on the fan here really quickly because I forgot to do that, and it's getting really hot right now. So in the meantime, I will tune into News Now while I turn on this fan. Hold on. Okay, and we are back. I forgot to take my headphones off, so that was a great idea. Okay. All right, folks, it is now 7:31, which means we now have poll closures in North Carolina. Is it just North Carolina? Never mind. I was hyping it up. I was like, we're going to get so many poll closings at 7:30. Okay, we got polls closing in North Carolina. So we'll wait there and see. I'm hoping this stream, for the sake of my voice, can go by pretty fast, to tell you the truth. Okay, I'm hoping, we'll just get immediately the whole map turns red and we can call it a night and I can rest this. Because if we have to do a 5-hour stream on this voice, that is not going to be good news. But we'll have to see. Okay, and we'll have to see how often I need to do my Cenk Uygur impression, because that will also be a bit of an issue. Again, they've already called Vermont. I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope. Okay, Cenk World Peace. They call him Mr. World Peace. Okay. No, yeah, his name's Meta World Peace, right? We have Meta World Peace. We have Cenk World Peace. Cenk World Peace Uygur is about to win Vermont and end the war in Israel. He told me so himself. Okay, so I think the AP is being a little bit irresponsible there, already calling it for Biden. In fact, little conspiracy theory here, folks. As many of you know, Instagram and Facebook went down earlier today, and I think YouTube actually did as well. I mean, let's be real. What's going on there? Why did social media go down on Super Tuesday? What's the plan there? The game plan is that the fix is in. Not against Donald Trump, against Cenk Uygur. Okay, because Cenk Uygur was surging in momentum. He was coming. He was ready. Not in that way, but you know what I mean. Okay? And then they shut down the internet. They said he is too much of a threat to Joe Biden. We need this war in Israel to continue our agenda of wars across the world and shut it down because Cenk Uygur cannot win Vermont. Okay, so again, that's my conspiracy theory. I have it on pretty good authority that that's actually indeed what happened there. Okay, that's what happened there. But anyways, taking a look back here at the map, 24% of the vote now in Virginia, and Donald Trump has extended his lead, 64-34, 118,000 votes to 64,000 votes for...
Happy Super Tuesday, everyone. It's definitely a super...
The RSBN stream just started there live, so we'll see when Donald Trump makes his appearance here, folks. I would assume that much like South Carolina, he knows it's going to be an early victory, so we may be getting a Trump speech here sooner than you may expect or think, so we'll be definitely tuned in for that. But the feed just went live for his watch party over in Palm Beach. So, if he does that again, he'll probably show up at about, right after 8 p.m. But I don't know what the strategy is there, okay? So he may want to wait till everything is called, or he's just going to declare victory immediately. We'll just have to see there. But checking back in at Vermont, is this a state that's going to take forever? We're now at 4%, okay? But Donald Trump still leads. It's a small lead, though. 50. Oh, sorry, it's cut off on the screen. That's very smart. Okay. Okay, here you go. In Vermont, the lead for Trump has narrowed here a little bit. It's now 55-41 with 4% of the votes. And like I said, folks, Vermont probably will be a close state. The question is, actually, in this case, who wins it? Okay, because I don't want to give Nikki Haley that victory. You know what she's going to do, and all her bird brain supporters, they're going to go out and say, guys, okay, yes, we lost 14 of 15 states on Super Tuesday, and the only Super Tuesday state we won is literally the smallest state, I believe, in the country, right, in terms of population, or close to it, but definitely the smallest state on Super Tuesday itself. But ladies and gentlemen, Nikki Momentum is just beginning, even though we're down here by the end of tonight, probably like 500 delegates or something. You know how it goes. So we don't want to give Nikki Haley that moral victory, okay? Because you saw what happened in D.C. Now, that was unavoidable. There was no shot that Trump was going to win D.C. It's D.C., and frankly, again, folks, I don't want to win D.C., but you saw what they did there, right? They were like, we won, okay? Nikki Haley is inevitable. We're going to do it, okay? Our movement is growing. Don't let them do it again, okay? We need you, Vermont, okay? Do not hand Nikki Haley the smallest ounce of victory, okay? It must be total and complete destruction, because if she wins Vermont, you know what she's going to say? I'm already predicting her right now. You know what she's going to say in her speech? She's going to say, we won Vermont tonight, which shows why I shouldn't drop out of the race, because the American people love me, and everyone's going to go, Here we go again. Okay. So don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. All right. Let's all hope that Vermont comes through here. Okay. Because like I said, it's going to be close. But anyways, we just got the first results here out of North Carolina. Very small reporting here, but it is, well, Donald Trump's leading 37-6. Okay. So that's probably a sign of how things are going to go the rest of the night there in North Carolina. That should be a pretty easy state for Trump to win. Notice this too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Notice this too. The Nikki Haley campaign, what have they been saying this entire time? They've been, this Nikki is saying this, her supporters are saying this. They say, Donald Trump's not electable, right? Donald Trump's not electable. Look at Nikki Haley. She can beat Joe Biden. Our most important thing is to win in November. Don't worry that she has identical politics to a Democrat. This is what's so important. We just need to beat Joe Biden. Okay, small vote dump. Donald Trump still winning in North Carolina. But anyways, okay. With that said, I want you to pay attention to something. Okay? So we'll see how Super Tuesday goes, obviously, because North Carolina is kind of a swing state, basically. Besides that, I mean, I don't know what else there is. You could say maybe sort of Minnesota, but not really, right? Not really. But okay, then let's watch North Carolina. But the point is, okay, in every single swing state where there has been a primary so far, Donald Trump has destroyed Nikki Haley. In fact, those have been his very best states, right? What were Trump's two best states so far? Michigan and Nevada. Michigan and Nevada are going to be deadlock swing states in the November election. So let me ask the Nikki Haley camp that question here. Is you claim you're so electable. You claim, oh, well, look, we can win over independents and all that stuff. Okay, but turnout is important. Having support, being popular in the swing states is what's most important. No one cares if you're popular in Vermont. A lot of people care if you're popular in D.C., but they're not good people, and it's not what we're talking about anyway. It doesn't have anything to do with the election itself. You're not going to win D.C. D.C. is 90% Democrat, right? So, again, asking that question here, posing the debate over electability, what does it say that in the two swing states so far that have had caucuses, again, Michigan and Nevada, those have been your worst states? You have been completely blown out there. You have little to virtually no support in those states. You got to imagine there's going to be some carryover there to November, will there not be? Right? If you, again, it's one thing to like lose a state here and there. If you're getting destroyed, if your worst states, Nikki Haley, are the swing states, how can you make the case of electability? And of course, she can't. Okay, she cannot. That's the thing, is as much as she wants to talk about it, and as much as it may make sense, quote unquote, on paper, Nikki Haley's not an electable candidate because she does not get the turnout she needs in the swing states. Who cares if she's popular in the DC suburbs or in Vermont? New Hampshire, you might even say, oh, that's a swing state. I would say not really. Okay, it's going to go Democrat in 2024, regardless of who would win it. But like the key swing states that are actually seriously in play here. Again, the most important factor, arguably, in elections these days is turnout. That's what it really comes down to, right? And if you're not getting like any turnout in the swing states, you're not going to win those swing states. And newsflash, even if you did better than Trump in the popular vote, we know that's not how the election is decided. Okay, it doesn't freaking matter. So just going to go on that rant really quickly because I am so tired of hearing this argument about electability. And all of us Trump supporters, we should not allow them to get away with that argument, okay? Because, people who don't really pay attention as much may say, okay, but I like Trump because he's better on the issues or whatever. Ideology, something. No, do not let the Nikki Haley supporters get away with that electability argument. It's not true. It's simply not true, okay? And I don't care what outlier poll they show. Oh, one random poorly conducted poll has Nikki Haley beating Joe Biden by 18 national. All right, we're back. See? And then on top of that, not only does she cope and not be electable, she shuts down the stream. Okay? She crashes the internet. She always does this. Every time we talk about Nikki Haley. Okay? This is exactly what happens. So, You know, that's certainly interesting. Tells you a lot, does it not? Anyways, News Now is currently tuned into
limited Democratic governor Roy Cooper. As you mentioned there are 3 Republicans competing for the Republican nomination. However,
is this the Biden watch party? I don't know. The thing just says Democrats. Okay, so that's a very original podium logo there. It just says Democrats. Oh, okay. I guess the North Carolina governor primary is happening tonight as well. So we'll be watching that. Mark Robinson, I assume, is the favorite to win. He will be a great governor. Okay, so he has my total and complete endorsement there. Mark Robinson is based. What's interesting about him is even though he's so solid on the issues, he seems to actually do a good job electorally. So we'll have to see how it goes in November, but we're certainly hoping and praying for Mark Robinson to pull through tonight. And yeah, on that note, I mean, while we're just kind of sitting around here waiting, folks, Nikki Haley has taken the lead in Vermont. This is not good. This is not good, okay? If she wins again, she's gonna tout that forever. She's go, I won Vermont because of Democrat crossover. So yeah, that is not good, folks. 51-46. Nikki Haley leads Donald Trump by about 200 votes there. So you don't like to see that, all right? All right, we need a comeback there. But anyways, besides that, let's take a look at some of the primaries we got going on tonight. So we do have the race here, folks, for the North Carolina governorship, which I don't know why they're showing me the Democrat primary. I mean, who cares about that? But we have, obviously, 1% of the vote in. It's actually pretty close. Mark Robinson is in a tight race so far with Dale Folwell and Bill Graham, but 1%. So we'll have to see how that all comes together there. Again, we're hoping in big time for Mark Robinson there. The California Senate race, I don't know why this is so interesting to people. I mean, you know, obviously I'm from California, so I hear about it. You know, people call me about this and stuff. But for some reason, this is a race that has attracted national headlines, and I cannot for the life of me actually understand why, because we know exactly how this is going to go, right? Adam Schiff is going to win the Democrat nomination more likely than not. I mean, Katie Porter's trying to run, but she has no money behind her. Barbara Lee, I barely know who that even is. But I guess a lot of people are enamored with Steve Garvey, who is the Republican candidate here. And I'll give him props. From everything I've seen, he has been running a pretty California-friendly campaign, right? Because let's be real, if you want to get elected as a Republican in California, as nice as it would be to go be this hardcore MAGA conservative, we know that's just not how it works, right? But I guess he did vote for Trump in 2020, so Adam Schiff has been running nonstop attack ads against him because of it. Again, though, folks, I don't understand, as a guy who grew up in California, okay? I don't understand why this race has attracted and interested people so much, maybe just because aspects of the news media are in California, but a lot of people are interested to see what happens here between Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey. Again, I don't understand it because Adam Schiff is going to destroy him in November. I'm sorry, it's true, okay? I'm rooting for Steve Garvey. I would support him, but it's just true, right? But not only that, I guess Adam Schiff has a lot of money behind his campaign and has been running nonstop attack ads against Steve Garvey. So I don't understand the point of it. It's like you don't need to attack Steve Garvey. You're going to win the election. You don't need to put all this money into it. But, you know, I guess if Democrats are wasting their money donating way too much to Adam Schiff for some weird reason, I'll take it. I'm not going to complain. You know, I'm all for it. But that'll be something to watch here, I guess. You know, again, this is an open primary because it's California and everything is weird there. So not surprised, you know. So you could even see an election where it's two Democrats. But Steve Garvey, I mean, there are, believe it or not, probably enough Republicans in California to make sure Steve Garvey does come in second place here. But I'll just bring that up because a lot of people, for some reason, have been talking about it. Okay, minor vote dump here out of Vermont. Nikki Haley's lead has diminished now to 2 points. So we are clawing our way back, okay? If you're just joining us, again, Vermont is like the one state that Nikki Haley might kind of win. So it'll be close, as you can see. So we're paying a lot of attention there to that. And besides that, we have no other poll closures. So let's see what else is going on in some of these primaries and stuff. If it'll let me. Okay, buttons don't work. Never mind. Although, okay, I will say this. The New York Times currently estimates that Trump will win Vermont by... Okay, anyways, as I was saying, we're back. Okay, yeah, they now have it as even. Way too close to call. They have no idea who's going to win in Vermont. So, now they're saying Trump +1. Okay, whatever. We're not going to watch that number. It's just going to give us a headache. It's going to go back and forth, and we know this. But in North Carolina, folks, okay, going back to my argument earlier about these swing states, they're estimating Donald Trump to win North Carolina by +53. 53 points. Why do I bring that up? North Carolina, again, I don't even know if I necessarily say it's a swing state on the presidential level, but it is. It is. It's a state you need to win. It's a state that, if you're not careful, you could hypothetically lose. Okay, so I'm just going to bring it up again. Okay, so this is the third swing state that we've had so far. And again, Nikki Haley is losing by like 50 points. Okay? So, take notes. I mean, say what you will about it. But I totally reject the electability thing. It's just utter nonsense thing. Okay? So, anyways, let me go and check the chat here and see if we got any super chats. I probably should have started the stream later, realistically. I thought, as usual, a lot of these polls close at 7, but they actually close at 8. So we are 10 minutes away. So I probably could have saved my voice an hour there of talking, but it is fine. It is fine. We're here, okay? We're having fun, and we did get some super chats. So let's read these super chats. Again, folks, if you would like to super chat the show, feel free to do so. And while you're at it, be sure to get this stream to 200 likes, because we are currently at 147 likes. Okay. Scotty Curry for $5 says, speaking of Adam Schiff, has the poop tracker app been out of business since he cleaned up for China's visit? Well, I'm going to correct you there slightly, Scotty Curry. It is not Adam Schiff. It is Newsom and whoever the mayor of San Francisco is. Adam Schiff is actually from Southern California. But you are, yes, you're basically on point there. I mean, it is true. It is true. But I'd have to assume not, because the moment that Xi Jinping left, San Francisco basically just went back to what it was before. So, you know, that's how it goes. And dollar for $2 says, can you read Victor Shi tweets for fun? That actually does sound like a lot of fun. I'm kind of curious to know what Victor Shi thinks about all of this, okay? You know, I saw him earlier today. Actually, I think it might have been yesterday. But this is the Victor Shi fantasy land, okay? So, by the way, they're now projecting Trump will win Vermont. So that is great news there. Okay, so Victor Shi earlier. I'll actually, what am I saying? We're gonna read it. Okay, I'm gonna just show you his tweet, okay? Because for people who don't know, for people who are new to the channel, Victor Shi is basically like my left-wing doppelganger. I mean, it's funny. We even have similar names, right? Vince Dao, Victor Shi, names of Chinese origin. I mean, I'm not Chinese, but it's a Chinese name. So maybe I am Chinese. I don't even freaking know. Honestly, I should probably take an ancestry test, because my family story gets really confusing at some parts. Like, apparently I'm like 5% Chinese on my Italian side. And you're saying, how does that, because I don't, my dad told me this. I don't even know if it's true, that, you know, I guess some like Chinese, like Silk Road merchants in the 1400s knocked up one of my ancestors. And so I don't know. All I know is I kind of want to do a DNA test. Now, they also say you shouldn't do DNA tests because you can incriminate yourself because they have your DNA. But I don't know. Honestly, in this day and age, I could probably do that anyway. But I don't know. I'm just curious. Okay, but that's besides the point. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Victor Shi is the liberal version of me, except he is not just some generic liberal. His entire job is basically being a Biden propagandist, okay? And it's actually insanely hilarious the way he does it. Like it's genuinely comical. You thought Harry Sisson was bad? You think you should see the way that Victor Shi tweets about Biden. And it's so obvious that the entire thing is just because he wants a job in the White House, because he will go like out, he will stick his neck out for Biden. You know, he'll say, wow, President Biden is such a great, like, he'll say stuff like, President Biden is such a great man. You know, he is of great mental capacity. You know, he talks about Biden, and I say this without exaggeration. He talks about Biden the way a North Korean state television channel talks about Kim Jong-un. Okay. But anyways, I got to find this tweet I was talking about for you today, because it just shows you, this is just Victor Shi in a nutshell, okay? All right, I think I found it here on this other tab. Where's the current tab we're looking at? Okay, here it is. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, I got to show you this Victor Shi tweet, guys. Okay, so, you know, as you know, Donald Trump has been leading Joe Biden in a lot of the polls. Okay, that's a known fact. He's up in the RCP average, I think nationally. He's winning most of the swing state polls at the current moment. And Victor Shi's not happy about that. But he's not happy just because, you know, Biden is losing. No. He really is not happy because the media is reporting on it. Okay, so this is how pro-Biden Victor Shi is. Victor Shi will constantly trash the mainstream liberal media, like New York Times, NBC, all that stuff. He'll call them irresponsible and unserious. Why? Because they occasionally sometimes give mild criticism of Joe Biden. Okay, like, you know, New York Times will run one article about how American voters question whether Biden is too old or something, and Victor Shi will have a meltdown about it. He'll go, the New York Times is so irresponsible, they've lost all credibility, Heil Biden, you know, like that's how this is. Okay, anyways, point is, he is basically at war with the media, because a lot of the media, for their own credibility's sake, are sometimes occasionally criticizing Biden. He tweets this out. He says, to the media, 2 national polls just released today have President Biden beating Donald Trump in the election, but I've heard zero mention of them. After the New York Times poll, which got constant coverage, shouldn't these polls get just as much attention? Cover them. So you're probably saying, well, maybe that's an outlier. No. Read these polls themselves. Okay, this is the genius. This is the brilliance of Victor Shi here, okay? So he's saying, look, you say Biden is losing to Trump. Well, these polls actually show that Biden is beating Trump. Except Victor Shi, which it's a shame because he's Asian, you know, you would think, you know, we know how to do this stuff. Clearly not. He says, here's a Morning Consult poll, a widely and well-respected poll that just got released today. It shows that Joe Biden leads Donald Trump by a point. In fact, President Biden retook his lead over President Biden from the last poll. Coverage worthy? Okay. So you may be saying, oh, Biden is beating Trump by a point. Isn't that cause for concern? No, actually, it's not. Because this is the genius of Victor Shi here, okay? Victor, that's a national poll. Okay, remember popular vote, electoral vote, etc.? Okay. Newsflash, Victor. If Joe Biden beats Trump in the popular vote by 1 point, it is virtually guaranteed, Victor Shi, that Trump will win the Electoral College with that margin. Okay? I think in 2016, he lost the popular vote to Hillary by like 3. 2020, I think, was 5 or 6. Okay? So that's kind of your frame of reference there, Victor. Again, if Biden wins the popular vote by 1, he will lose to Trump. Anyone home? Okay? You should know how to do this. You should understand numbers. And that has nothing to do with your race. I'm just saying you should understand numbers. But clearly not. Okay? He does it again, though. He says, another one. TIPP, whatever, released a poll today that shows, again, President Biden leading Trump by a point. And blah, blah, blah. This is the thing. Again, Victor. Okay, by the way, with a margin of error. So, you know, Victor, 1 point with a 2.8% margin of error. I don't know why you would bring that up, because that means Trump might actually be winning the poll, but still, regardless, I don't care. That's besides the point. By the way, it's an online poll, so, you know, those are obviously known to be the most reliable, right, as online polls. Okay, anyways, same thing. If Biden is winning by a point, he's gonna lose the presidency, okay, Victor? But, you know, this is the genius of him, okay? But anyways, there's some Victor Shi, since Dollar for Dollar requested it, because what are you gonna say? Our good friend Victor. Our good friend Victor. It's so funny how we're opposite, too, because we basically go to opposite schools, right? He goes to UCLA, which is the... sorry. He goes to UCLA, which is the top, or maybe arguably second, but basically the best school in California in terms of public schools. And I go to UF, which is the best public school in Florida. So... And we basically do the same thing, but we're totally opposite of each other. So it's always fun, folks. It's always fun to poke fun at some Victor Shi, okay? We love us some trolling of Victor. But, yeah, that's what he's been doing, okay? You know, I don't know what he's going to do if Biden loses. You know, is he going to turn on Biden? Because that's the thing. I mean, let's be totally honest about this. I doubt in the case of Victor Shi, he's actually being paid by the DNC. I don't think it is, okay? I know back then he actually was a DNC delegate in 2020 or something, but I think it's seriously that through all of this, he's just begging for a job within the Biden White House, okay? That's his entire shtick here is, please, Joe Biden, please hire me. So I don't know what he's going to do when Joe Biden never offers him a job. It'd be so funny. He's going to become the biggest Biden hater ever. He's going to say, Joe Biden is a terrible, awful man. He's a scumbag. He eats babies. Like, I'm ready for that, okay? That's going to be a hilarious day if it ever comes. I don't know, because, you know, he may have some Stockholm syndrome or something going on there where even though Joe Biden refuses to hire him, it won't happen. You know, he always does this. So anyways, checking back in here at our election results, and not much has changed, although we did get a minor vote dump here in Vermont. And Trump has actually extended his lead, folks. He's extended his lead now 50-46 over Nikki Haley with 15% of the votes in. So you love to see that. And the New York Times estimate now has Trump winning by plus 1.2. All we got to do in Vermont is win. Okay, just don't give Nikki Haley the moral victory, and everything else in Super Tuesday should be a clean sweep easily. And with that said, as I just said that, the AP has now called the state of North Carolina with 3% of the vote in for Donald Trump. And as you can see, again, a swing state here. Nikki Haley claims she is so electable. This is yet another swing state that Donald Trump destroys her in. They're estimating a margin of Trump plus 53 there. So that's the electability argument of Nikki Haley falling apart. So that is another piece you can scribble off your board. Another state goes for Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, I'm told for every state that goes red on this map, Nikki Haley cries. Okay, that's one teardrop. And I'm also told for every like you leave on the stream, that is one Nikki Haley teardrop. And for every super chat you send, that's like 40 of them. Okay, so feel free to join the party here. But it is now 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we have poll closures in Texas and Oklahoma. These are also states that Trump is expected to win big. But with 3% of the vote in Texas, and God bless Texas, 73-21, Trump destroys Nikki Haley by, what are you going to say? A huge margin. 44,000 raw votes to Nikki Haley's 12,000. Up in Oklahoma. Wait a minute, chat. What's going on here? Yo, what? What? Chris Christie. He's returned. Folks, I think this is just like really early votes or something they're counting here, or out of one precinct or something. But the current margin. Sorry, dude, my voice sounds like a prepubescent child because it's just gone right now. Okay, but Chris Christie leads all candidates. Okay, Chris Christie 22%, Nikki Haley 19%. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chris Christie train, it has started. Okay, the donuts are being loaded up. That wheel is turning. Okay, Krispy Kreme, he's returned. This is his revenge on Donald Trump. He said to Trump, he said, you think I'm just a laughing stock? I'll show you in the state of Oklahoma. I don't know what is going on in Oklahoma, ladies and gentlemen, but Chris Christie, it not only is leading Donald Trump, is leading Nikki Haley. Okay, so someone do the Jeb Bush meme. Someone make that and put Chris Christie on it. Okay. Anyways, back up here to Vermont. I guess New York Times now has Haley winning by plus 0.3, which that is not good. I mean, plus 0.7. Chat, we can't let that happen. We cannot let this happen. Okay, we'll just have to wait and see. It's counting very slow, by the way. Okay, I mean, Virginia now has 46% in. Their polls closed at the same time as Vermont. So that tells you a little bit about Vermont and their ability to count numbers, okay? But we also got poll closures, folks, in Alabama. And the first votes out of Alabama, only slightly over 100. But Donald Trump leads there 83-13. And that'll be another easy win for Trump. You can basically call that already. In Tennessee, Trump is up 88-11. Over Nikki Haley again. Very small, short vote dump, but you know, that's basically what you can expect here, okay? New York Times they're projecting Trump to win Alabama by 66 points, Maine by 34 points. Actually, yeah, we just got poll closures in Maine, I guess. Trump is wow, chat. 7 votes to 1 vote for Nikki Haley in the state of Maine. That is an impressive number, okay? Stop the count right there. It's over. But anyways, that's up in Maine. Tennessee, they're projecting Trump plus 57, and that is essentially how it goes. So, you know, there's not much to talk about in terms of these other states. Look, plus 50, plus 48, plus 32, plus 53, plus 66, plus 34, and plus 57 for Trump. But this pesky Vermont, okay, any Vermontians up there, I'm looking at you. You guys shouldn't even be a state, okay? Weren't you guys part of New England or whatever, okay? But you know, they're up there and they're abusing their power of statehood to give Nikki Haley a victory right now, and you can't let that happen. But it again, long way to go. We'll have to see, and I think that's going to dictate a lot of what happens tonight in terms of the candidate speeches, because you can fully expect and predict that if Nikki wins Vermont, she's going to go out there and say, guys, I'm a legitimate candidate. Okay, yeah, we lost 14 out of 15, but this shows, that line she always uses, right? This shows that there is a sizable portion of Republicans who want to stop Donald Trump. Look at Vermont. Yeah, Vermont. Vermont, very well-known Republican stronghold up there with just so many people who are teaming up against Trump, and this just shows why you should be the lady girl boss president. Am I right? So, you know, that's how it goes. Okay, Texas with 9% of the vote in now. The margin remains very big for Trump. 74-21. Isn't that interesting? All the conservative states, Trump wins big. But not just that. All the swing states, Trump wins big. Even a lot of the blue states. But the small, random, obscure blue states, oh, wow, I'm Nikki Haley. I just won an election. So, you know how it goes. And up in Oklahoma, I don't know what just happened, but they withdrew the vote count, okay? I don't know if it was a glitch on New York Times part or something like that. It's now back to Trump 0, Haley 0. What are you doing? They're stealing the election from Chris Christie, okay? He's going to join Cenk Uygur on the unity ticket of stop stealing elections from us, okay? What happened there? Chat, what happened to Oklahoma? I was enjoying seeing Chris Christie winning it. It was hilarious. Poor Chris. Poor Chris Christie, okay? He was having his celebratory dinner and breakfast and lunch and second lunch and midnight snack. And then they took it away from him, okay? So Oklahoma giveth to Chris Christie, and Oklahoma taketh away. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so we got another vote dump up here up in Vermont, and Trump is winning by 6, but I assume it's a demographic thing or outstanding vote thing because the likelihood of victory is increasing now for Nikki Haley, so that is certainly not good. But again, we'll just have to see what happens there. But what happened to Chris? Poor Chris Christie. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, the AP has now called the state of Tennessee. So that is not surprising at all. Trump with just 2% of the vote in. But look at those numbers, okay? Trump leads 80% to Nikki Haley's 17%. So thank you to the fine people of Tennessee. We love to see it there. I assume a call is going to come very soon here out of Alabama. They just probably need a few more votes. In Texas, that's also a state I assume is going to be called so far. So that's 3 of the 15 at this current moment. The puzzle, the map is slowly getting filled in there for Trump. Although Oklahoma, I don't know. You know, we saw what happened. Maybe it'll go to Chris Christie. Okay? I mean, they're currently stealing it from him right now, but you know, that would be that'd be interesting. You know what? Frankly, I would support that for the plot. Okay, for the plot. I'd like to see that happen. Okay, obviously, Chris Christie's a laughingstock. We don't like Chris Christie, but for the plot, wouldn't it be so funny if he won a state? He won a bigger state than Nikki Haley ever did. You know, for the plot, I would like to see that happen. Okay, he'll come out of retirement. He'll come out of his suspended campaign and say, "Donald Trump, I showed you," and then he'll, you know, roll off into the sunset. So. You know, I don't know why they took that off. I don't know why they took that off. I was enjoying seeing Chris Christie, you know, just be the ultimate warrior of victory there. But anyways, taking a look at some of these other margins at the current moment. Okay, up in Maine, we still have 7 votes, 8 in total. So. Round of applause to Maine. You're doing a great job. Okay, 8 votes. Love to see it. I mean, how many people live in Maine? Like 9? So, you know, pretty high voter turnout, I would say, up there. But that's a joke. Sorry to people in Maine, okay? Your state does look beautiful. It does. Never been. But I hear you guys make lobsters and stuff, so, you know. But we made a little joke at your expense, okay? What can we say here? Okay, let's check if we got any super chats here, folks. And we expect this will probably pick up a little bit soon, but you know how it goes with some of these elections, okay? They're all going to count like Maine, okay? They're using the Maine strategy. Johnny Smith for $5 says, abandon hope for California. Everything is backwards. Trust me. I lived there 25 years there, which is 50 too many. Thank you for the $5, Johnny Smith. Here's what I'll say, okay? I actually gave a speech in my hometown in California at a conservative fundraiser a couple of months ago now, which I'm still waiting on the video of it. It was actually a good speech. But, you know, here's what I'd say about that is, look, I left California for a reason. Reasons which most of you can assume, and I don't need to spell out on this conservative YouTube channel, right? But at the same time, okay, I think there's something to be said. If you're in the position where you're not able to leave, you know, there's a lot of California important talk there. Okay, we're back. Anyways, as I was saying, you know, okay, you're stuck there. For people who are stuck there, again, getting back to what I was saying here, either you can do nothing about that, or you can try to do something, right? And I think there's always a virtue to be had in trying to do something, right? And even if you can't rescue the state of California, there is something of a legend, right? There's something of a hero story as human beings we all find in the person who stood up against impossible odds and didn't back down in the face of that adversity, right? I think of, and I said this in my speech to the Californians a couple months ago, I think of the story of the Alamo, right? Which is the most famous battle of the Texas Revolution. But what happened at the Alamo? They actually lost, right? Everyone died, okay? They were up against impossible odds. But in a kind of sacrificial kind of way, the heroism and the martyrdom and the legend of standing up like that carried the rest of the Texas Revolution. It's a story that we know to this day. And I think being a conservative stuck in a blue state, that is a unique power you have, right? Think about the headlines you see. If here in Florida, or even forget that, let's pick an even deeper red state, right? If parents go to protest their school board in like Alabama, yeah, it's a local news story maybe in Alabama. Does anyone care nationally? No. But when you see that stuff in California, it's a national news story. Why? Because all the eyes are on California, and there's something that naturally impresses people about, wow, here are these people in a blue state. They're totally outnumbered. They're totally overwhelmed, and they're staying there and fighting, and they're making their voice heard, right? And that carries over to other states, right? Other conservatives in other states, Californians, I'm talking to you, because and especially Californians and New Yorkers, I think you two in particular have this power, is when you stand up and do something, and because we live in an interconnected world, people see it across the country, it inspires hope in other places, right, for the future and on the national level. So that's what I would say is, obviously every conservative, if they live in New York, if they live in California, first thing they want to do is leave. And I can't blame you for that because I did the same thing, obviously. But if you are in a position where you're stuck there, it's better to try to do something to do nothing, is what I'd say about that. But thank you for the $5 there, Johnny Smith. Dollar for $2 says, look at the Oklahoma Democrat primary. Wait a minute. Is Cenk Uygur winning here now? Oh. Wah, 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 wah. Well, folks, it's unfortunate. I'm truly heartbroken to report, but Cenk Uygur is not beating Joe Biden in Oklahoma. I really had my hopes up. Okay, I really did, but it's not going to happen. As you can see, the Super Tuesday map continues to fill out. I'm not calling Vermont, okay? Cenk Uygur still has a path to victory. Trust the plan. He said so himself. But we may have to do that soon because it's not looking good at all for Cenk Uygur. But anyways, thanks for the Super Chats, guys. Again, if you would like to support the show, feel free to do so via these Super Chats. But let's take a look. 80 on 55 says, no, Cenk! Cenk! No! He was just, I'm a real progressive! It's so sad. I really hope he doesn't suspend his presidential campaign after this, okay? We need the content. We need the content, okay, Cenk? Take him all the way to the convention. Do it. Do it. If not for you, if not for the party, if not for TYT, do it for me, Cenk, okay? All right? You don't even know who I am. I'm just some guy on the internet who makes fun of you. But please, please, stay in the race, okay? Take them all the way to the convention. Heck, stand up at that convention. Rush the stage at the DNC. Cash in your money in the bank contract. Pin Joe Biden 1, 2, 3. Okay? What are they going to say? All right, anyways, in other news, they've called it now in Oklahoma. So that is now 4 states that Trump has won on Super Tuesday. But remember, guys, Nikki Haley has a serious campaign and still a serious path to victory, according to her. Texas, I'm assuming, will come pretty soon. Alabama as well, although they're stuck here, okay? They have not counted votes, all right? I don't know what they're doing in Alabama, all right? I know that Alabama has, all right, listen, all right? It's all in good fun. We're going to make fun of the states that can't count tonight, okay? Can we do that? Can we do that? It's just a joke. Don't be offended. I've been to Alabama. Nice place, nice people, but I hear they have some of the lowest literacy rates in the nation. I think it actually might be 50th. So that's my joke reason as to why they're counting so slow, is they have a hard time reading the ballots. Okay, joke out of the way. Okay, fine. All right, now the Alabamians are gonna come at me in the chat. I know I can get away with making fun of Vermont and Maine because not a lot of people are from there, but the Alabamians are a proud people. Okay, and I know they don't tolerate the disrespect, so. I fully expect pitchforks outside my door for that one, but you know, again, this hey, I had to say it. I couldn't help myself. Okay, I couldn't help myself. Okay, anyways, over in Texas, they still have not called it. I'm not really sure why, but I'm assuming that's gonna come pretty soon here. Up in Massachusetts, we got 1% of the vote in, or less than 1%. Nikki Haley is beating Donald Trump up in Massachusetts. So that is interesting, but they are projecting Trump will take Massachusetts by plus 26. So even up in New England there, Trump seems to be in a pretty good position besides Vermont because, you know, I'd have to imagine all the crossover Democrats, they wasted their time. Instead of voting for Cenk Uygur, as they should be, they crossed over to vote for Nikki Haley. And you don't like to see that. That's kind of an unfortunate situation there. But yeah, again, I don't know why they haven't called Texas yet, but Colorado, polls are set to close at 9 p.m. Eastern time, so we got about 40 minutes there. Utah is 10 p.m. California is 11. I don't even know if we're going to be up till California, folks, because my voice is probably not even going to make it to 11 p.m., but we'll see. We'll see, okay? Plus, okay, it's California. Folks, it's California. They're not going to be done counting till Friday, okay, if they're lucky. So I don't even know why I bring that up. Trump's going to win California. I call it right now. Donald Trump wins California. Okay. All right. That said, let's look at these other states. Okay. All right. Vermont now 25%. So I guess that's their logic, basically, as to why they're saying Haley's going to take Vermont, is because a lot of the outstanding votes here slightly favor Nikki Haley. But it is within the margin of error. Okay. It's going to be an election that really comes down to the wire there. So we'll just have to see what ends up happening. Taking a look here at the Donald Trump watch party. Let's see, is there something?
Nobody ever mentions this, but 38 have been hurt so badly, you know, with the arms and the legs and just obliteration.
I think this was yesterday.
It's so sad to see what's happened to our country.
Earlier today,
but we're going to turn it around, and we're going to do it faster than anybody can imagine. And we're going to make America great again.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
But we'll tune in. Why not?
We've got 854 delegates are up for tomorrow. So if you were to clinch this early, this would have been on pace for what it was in 2020 when you didn't have anybody running against you and you didn't have all these lawsuits against you. Yeah. How does that make you feel about a party if we've come together to get you this nomination by March 17th?
It's been pretty amazing, actually, and it's a lot of love. There's more love now, and I think a big part of it is when I ran the last time, we had a good record. We had the best economy ever. We had all these fantastic things that had happened. We had the safest border ever. We had low energy prices. Everything was going right. We were rebuilding our military, which I completed. We finished. We did everything right. It was amazing. And now we have something to compare what we're doing against. We didn't really last time because we were doing well. I said the border was in great shape. I couldn't even talk about the border. They'd say, sir, don't talk about the border. You fixed it, and nobody wants to hear it. You know, that's the sad part. When you do something well, nobody wants to talk about it. So I didn't talk about the border. But now we look back and we see that we had a great border. We look back and we see we had a great economy. We had no inflation, essentially no inflation. Everything was good, and we did such a good job. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. And now we have a horrible economy where inflation has hurt us probably close to 50% when you add it all up. I was told a little while ago, bacon went up 4 times in the last 3 years. I mean, 4 times
Not
what
the
it
bacon.
was. And other food products are through the roof. And they say that, you know, they're not going down. They may bring inflation down to 4%, 5%, what it is now, but they're not bringing down the damage that's been caused. And you know, you take that, even if you get increases in salaries or whatever you may be doing, whether it's salaries or anything else, it's more than compensated for by the inflation, which is just ripping people apart. So the economy is terrible. And they say, and some real geniuses, I will tell you, some of the smartest people on Wall Street say, the only thing good is the stock market. And that's good because they think everybody thinks I'm going to be elected.
And you're right. You're right. You're right on that.
It's been very interesting. It's an interesting time.
Well, we've talked, and you have the Biden administration trying to convince Americans that life is good. President Trump, that everything's affordable, but they know Bidenomics has destroyed it.
It's been a disaster. It's a bad term. They thought it was a bad term when it came out, and then Biden liked it. He thought it was a nice name, and he started using it, and he was getting killed because it was really meant as a negative, not as a positive. And we have Maganomics, right? Maganomics. That is a good time. And, it's so interesting. It's got to be one of the great names because you look through branding, whatever you want to call it, but you look throughout history. I don't think there's ever been anything like this. There has never been a movement like this, possibly in any country, but there's never been a movement like this in our country. And the spirit, the love, and the positiveness. And remember, when they hit us and they say, we're going to stop this MAGA stuff, MAGA, that's Joe Biden. And I say, Joe, what is it? Define it. And he's unable to define it. I guarantee if you ask him, what does MAGA mean? He wouldn't know. It's make America great again, right? So it's been pretty... It's been a pretty amazing time, really a pretty amazing time.
Let's talk about the polls. Now, the polling is huge right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of polls out that you're just absolutely destroying it, and you're set to, break every records right now.
I appreciate
so far,
the Alabamian in chat
who
who
the
appreciated
Republican Party
the
has
joke.
endorsed you at this point, which is huge. Now, why do you think you have such political strength right now?
Because I think we did a great job, and people are longing for that period of time that we had just a little while ago. Wasn't long. And the beauty is, I heard just coming up, I was hearing a telecast and they said 8 months. I said, I've been using 9 and 10. We're so close now. We're actually getting close. The one thing I will say is, and I say it in
Are they going to call Texas?
You took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, and you added them up. They have not done the damage.
What are you doing?
Biden's done in his presidency. It's a disaster.
Plus 53 estimated margin. Just call the state.
He's the most corrupt president in history. Most incompetent president in history. I don't know if he's going to make it to the starting gate, but if he does, he does. And if it's somebody else, it's somebody else. But there's never been anything like this. There's never been anything happening to our country. What they're doing is they're poisoning our country by allowing people to come in by the millions. I believe we have 15 million people now, and I think it could be close to 20 million by the time this whole horrible nightmare ends. And we're going to have to just solve that problem.
We talked about this earlier, about enthusiasm. And I often say that I think there's more enthusiasm this time around than it was in 2020.
Let's see if Cenk is winning a
President
district
Trump, when
in
you
Vermont.
walk out to these rallies, and you saw it in Greensboro, and you saw it in Roanoke just a couple of days ago, do you sense more enthusiasm from MAGA and the crowds and just the support that you get? Is it greater this time around?
When you looked at North Carolina and Virginia this weekend, I tell you what, I've never been, and we've had rallies that are massive rallies. I've never seen love and, excitement. Even this crowd, I just walked in, and I don't know if you caught it on air,
Where's
but
the
this
Democrat
crowd
one?
is a very nice crowd. This is a very...
Hold on. I'll find it.
It's our people.
Thank you, Bob. But it's very interesting because the New York Times did a poll that just blew them up. It just came out, and they announced it, and we're way up, leading big against Biden. And one of the questions they ask is enthusiasm. How enthusiastic are you for
chat.
Biden, meaning Democrats or whoever?
He got
And the numbers are record
171
low. There's
votes.
very little
Let's
enthusiasm.
go!
And
Cenk
very
Uygur!
enthusiastic. That's a term. Very rarely do you have people very enthusiastic. We're up around 50%. And I said, boy, that's a phenomenal.
They said he couldn't do it.
Enthusiastic about
171
and then I
votes.
listen to the fake news. They'll say, while the both candidates aren't popular,
Cenk,
I'm popular.
Cenk,
I mean,
Cenk,
they
Cenk.
like me. They like me in the Republican Party. They do. I like them.
That's amazing.
You know, the fake news they get out there, they like
Look,
to play it. I don't think he is popular.
Only
he shouldn't be popular because of what he's done.
Only
to the
like
country,
13,900 to go, and then he'll beat Joe Biden.
We have polls where I'm at 94, 95% approval rating in the Republican Party. And
we're so bad.
Ronald Reagan, who's at 86%.
He's being beat by Mark Greenstein, who I don't even know who the heck that is. But still.
And whether you call it MAGA or Common Sense or Trump or whatever
he placed in the polls.
This party is very unified, surprisingly unified. It's pretty amazing. And that's why we're doing well. And to go to your original part of your question, I have never seen enthusiasm like this, including, so we ran in 2016 and we did great and we won. We ran in 2020, we did much better by almost 12 million votes. 12 million votes, that doesn't happen. Usually if somebody runs a second time, they get less. And they can win or lose, but they get less because, you know, people get bored and they get tired and they said, let's give somebody else. But normally get less.
Cenk can beat Greenstein.
President Obama got
Greenstein
a lot less,
is stealing it from
a lot
Cenk,
less.
okay?
But rarely do
He's
you
playing
see where you
spoiler.
get massively more. And we have massively, millions and millions and millions more votes than we had. So, you know, than we had in 2016. Now, we were at 63 million. That was a lot.
Yeah, people in chat were saying it. Yeah, Donald Trump just won the state of Maine. So that's another call. So now we're at.
If you get the same number, 63 million.
I'm going to turn this off really quickly. Donald Trump just won the state of Maine. So we are now at, math, 5 out of 15 of the states so far. Again, Vermont really the only one here in question. But if you missed it, folks, Cenk, he just got one more vote. Okay? Cenk. Oh, sorry. I just realized the screen was totally zoomed out. So, yeah, as you just saw, okay. They've called Maine. Okay, anyways. Cenk World Peace Uygur, okay, who did qualify for the ballot in the state of Vermont, has 172 votes, okay? So, you know, we'll check back on him in about 10 minutes here, but, I mean, look, he's only got about like 14,000 votes to go to, you know, catch up to Joe Biden. I think he can do it. After all, what did he say? Vermont's the home of progressives. All right, folks, stay tuned. 8:40 p.m. Eastern time. Folks, they are shutting down the stream because they do not want you to hear the good news of Cenk Uygur's landslide dominant performance here of 172 votes, okay? But as I was saying, he's only about 14,000 votes from winning. He did not come in last place, so that's a victory in itself. But, folks, we know Cenk Uygur is not a man who competes for last, okay? I say I'm a guy who likes winners, okay? I like winners, okay? So you think Cenk Uygur can win tonight? Of course he can win tonight! Who do you think you're talking to? All right? Okay? Of course! Cenk Uygur, listen, I know they've called it. They said Joe Biden's up 89%. What, are you on drugs? Okay? Are you on drugs? No, I'm not on drugs. I'm on Cenk Uygur. Okay? The only drug I am taking is I'm drinking Cenkium. Okay? I'm drinking Cenkium. I am snorting it. Okay? And this is what we see. Well, wait, he now has 203 votes. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, 203 votes. It's time. Chat, we are back. What did he have before? 1.1%? He has 1.2% now. Okay? And he is separating from Jason Palmer, and he is catching up to Mark Greenstein. Okay, so just watch. You know, 32% in throughout the night. You're just going to see Cenk Uygur jump up this ladder, okay? Mark Greenstein, boom. It's like, you know that meme of the Grim Reaper going door to door? Okay, so Jason Palmer, he just knocked on that door. Then Mark. Then it's going to be Dean. And then it's going to be Marianne. And finally, okay, Joe Biden will fall in the state of Vermont, and we will have a ceasefire in Israel, okay? And you ask me, Vince, do you really believe that? Of course I believe that. Of course I do. Anyway, checking back in on the more relevant Republican primary, they're now projecting Vermont will go to Haley by +2. No, plus 2.4. Okay, chat, this is not good. This is not good. We cannot hand Nikki Haley that moral victory. So what we got to hope for is that Donald Trump has a better showing in Burlington, which is like the blue part of the state there, or the bluest, I should say, that kind of when Nikki Haley sort of underperforms. Because as I showed you earlier, we looked at that map, and that's the main reason that, okay, yeah, see, Nikki Haley now has the lead. Let me put in the screen a little bit here. Okay, as you can see here, yeah, folks, Nikki Haley now has the lead slightly in Vermont. Okay, 48.4 to 48%. Trump was leading for a while, and they're doing the 2020 where now, you know, the numbers inverse themselves. You're already seeing it, okay? Stop the Nikki, okay? Stop the Nikki. But, so we'll have to see what happens there. Massachusetts, as usual, is taking forever. Their polls have been closed for a while now, and they still have only 1%. So, you know, great job. Same thing in Alabama. Alabama, what are you doing? Okay? Do you not know how to count? Come on, guys. Don't make me make that joke again about Alabama. All right? And then we got the state of Arkansas here. Same thing. I mean, we all know how this is going to go. I still don't know why they've not called Texas. What are they waiting for? How do you estimate a Trump plus 53 margin victory, but you won't just call the state? Come on. We got a map to fill out here, okay? We got a map to fill out. All right, let's go live here to see if Trump is speaking yet.
Policies. No one else.
And North Dakota, great. We have so many great people. I'll tell you, let's go to North Carolina. So South Carolina, North Carolina, you had some people, they fight for me like you've never seen. North Dakota, you have Doug Burgum, the governor. Mm-hmm. He is so fantastic. He is so fantastic. And I'm looking forward to getting that vote. I want to see what it is. But, you know, we have numbers that if the projections are right, we're going to win by a lot. I just say to the people that are watching now, if you could, go out and vote, because it's not Haley, she's not a problem. I think she's very negative for the party, but she's not a problem in terms of winning, because we're winning by a lot. The only place we expected to lose was D.C., because that's the swamp. That was
It's a badge of honor to lose.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
We didn't do anything there. We sort of said, leave that alone. That'll be a good. It's a very interesting place. If I won it, I would have said that could be a problem, because you know, a lot of people would say, what's this all about? But we've won everything in record numbers, and tomorrow we could very well win every state in record numbers. That's what we're hoping for. But it's so, thank you. It's so important, because we have to send a signal. You know, November 5th is going to be, I think, the most important day in the history of our country, because that's the election. And we're going to take our country back from these fascists and communists and the people that are running our country. And I'm not even sure that it is Biden. I think it's other people. It's not Biden, because he goes to sleep at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And they have the best of all worlds, because they have a guy that probably isn't too active, but he's very active when it comes, though, to weaponization and trying to hurt a political opponent through using the FBI and the DOJ and all. And the people haven't stood for it. It's an amazing thing. Who would have thought this would have happened? It's never happened before. First of all, that's never happened before in this country.
Oh, my gosh, what a photograph.
But it's never happened before, when somebody would have that happen, and your numbers would go up. Every time I get indicted, my numbers go higher. If you're
listening right now, folks, look at the screen.
Because the people
look at the screen.
You know? They really understand it.
Let's talk about a national polling. Yesterday, Forbes had to write breaking news headline that said, quote, Trump opens largest ever lead in New York.
Oh my gosh!
So you're polling
that's too
huge
good.
in that, and of course,
that's the greatest picture I've ever seen.
We talked about this earlier. It's much higher than that. This is almost greater numbers than you had in 2015, despite the lawsuits. Despite how the news is constantly attacking you, you still lead in these polls.
The people get it. The people are very smart. The people get it. I've seen it. And the nice thing is I have a voice, whether it's through you or through others. I have a voice, and I'm able to explain it to people. It's weaponization, and it's very common in third world countries and banana.
Hey, wait, chat. Okay, so he talked all about Vermont, okay, where he's getting 1.1%. He's doing better in Texas than he was in Vermont. He said he wasn't going to win Texas. He's got 3,800 votes in Texas. Folks, the Cenk machine can't be stopped. Look at this. He's coming close to Dean Phillips, okay? He's not that far behind Dean Phillips. Only 800 votes behind. The Cenk momentum is real, folks. Y'all laughed at me. Okay? You're like, Vince, why do you keep tweeting every single day this? Oh, I'll find it. Hold on. Why do you keep tweeting every single day that picture of Cenk on the Jeb Bush meme? It's not even funny. It's just ridiculous. Why do you keep doing it? Okay, everyone knows you're memeing. Everyone knows you're just trolling. Okay, that's the picture right there. Okay, like, why do you keep tweeting this? All right, and everyone just thinks it's just irony, right? No. You just don't understand. Okay, you don't see it. You don't see it. I have intuitions, okay? I can see things that the ordinary person cannot. Okay? What did I say today? I said Super Tuesday will be Cenk Uygur's day. Look at the state of Texas. He's only in 4th place. Okay? It's coming. All right? The Cenk train, all aboard the Cenk train. All right? Look at that. He's 0.3%. He's only 0.3% behind Dean Phillips, the guy that people actually know about. It is time. It is Cenk Uygur's moment. Okay. Cenk. All right. Anyways, back to Trump.
In other words, Merrick Garland's people.
Wow.
Put their top person
1.8%
in the DA's office to handle this case.
That's an overperformance. I mean, you got to give the guy credit. You actually got to give the guy credit. That's better than anyone thought he would do.
None of these things should have been brought. But it's all of these indictments are Biden indictments, and they're there to hurt an opponent. If I weren't running, none of this stuff would have ever happened. Or if I was doing badly, I would say it probably wouldn't happen. But all of this was done to inflict
America's
harm
candidate. True.
On his political opponent.
He is America's candidate
in this country. It's something that's quite well known, but
Cenk America.
It's in other countries, not in this country. This is a big example. And honestly, what he should do is take all of those prosecutors off the case.
We're replacing MLK Day with Martin Luther Cenk
really
Day.
Fair fight. We're going to win anyway, one way or the other. We're going to win anyway.
That's his first act as president.
They should fight it fair because it's so bad for the country. And people know what's happening. They see it. If they didn't see it, I'd be down at nothing. I'd be absolutely nothing. They get it, and they see weaponization. It's an attack on a political opponent. Using the FBI and the DOJ, they raided Mar-a-Lago. That's against Fourth Amendment. I mean, they raided my house. Nobody's ever seen anything like that before. We are in a very dangerous time in our country. The only thing I can say is that we had it going so good in the 4 years that I was there that people were calling on the left, very strong, I would say the radical left, and they wanted to get together because African Americans, Hispanic Americans, everybody was doing better than they've ever done before.
And Cenk Americans.
And all of a sudden, everything was coming together. And tremendous things happened, tremendous things and tremendous success. And now when you look at what's going on, like the border, when I say I took over in 2016 and the border wasn't good, Brian, it wasn't good, but it was like normal, not good. It was, not a good situation, but it was now.
Let's give him an entire month. Yes.
Times worse.
Cenk History
Month.
Month.
Seen anything like this where people are coming up by the millions. They have a caravan that's coming up now with 25,000 people in it. And these dictators and presidents,
the Cenk fans, yes.
They put their rough people in there. They don't want them in their jails. They empty out their jails. They empty out their institutions. Because you know the money they save by not having it? They had jails that were bursting at the seams, and now their jails are the emptiest they've been in 35 years, but they're going to get a lot emptier because they're dumping them into the United States. And these are very dangerous people, and we have to stop it, and we have to get.
Johnny Smith says Cenk looks like a dad who got lost and is just there because he doesn't know how to leave. So true.
Our country can't sustain it, and our country's going to hell. We've been living in hell, and we're going to change it, and we're going to change it fast.
want to talk. He's right.
You are watching live coverage of.
All right, so that was some of that Donald Trump interview in regards to Super Tuesday. You know, I really think Cenk Uygur should hire me to the campaign staff. Okay? Or at least give me some of that like dirty money compensation for influencers or whatever. Because if we are to be totally honest, okay, I think I personally have given the Cenk Uygur presidential campaign more airtime than anyone in political media at all. Okay? Either on the conservative or the liberal side, online, network, TV, independent. I mean, who has talked more about this presidential campaign than me? Okay? So I think I should get a check. At the very least, money. I'm sorry, at the very least, an interview. Okay? Because, you know, it's true. Nobody's been covering Cenk and Cenk 2024 extensively as I am. Okay? So I think I deserve some credit for that. All right? And, you know, frankly, I shouldn't have to donate $100. I really shouldn't to get Cenk Uygur to talk to me. I think I should get a free YouTube interview immediately. All right? And I think that would be the greatest interview of all time. Now, some people would be disappointed by it because they would say, why don't you debate him on political issues? But, like, no, I would bring him on and I would just tell him, I think, what a great candidate he is and how close he truly is to, you know, beating Joe Biden, which we all know is going to happen. Okay? So, you know, I'm a little disappointed, though. I'm a little disappointed. All right? All right, the Cenk Mentum is rolling along, and I'm not getting any credit from him. Okay? Cenk, let's be real. Remember where you came from, buddy. Okay? Do you think you would be getting 1.8% in Texas right now if it were not for my videos making fun of you? No. No, you wouldn't. It's true. Give me some credit. Okay? Give me some credit. Did I have something to do with it? Of course I had something to do with it. So, I don't know. You know, this is just how people are. They're always ungrateful. You know, you give them this, you help them out. All right? You help them out, and then this is how they treat you. Okay? All the free airtime we've given to Cenk Uygur, and he's not going to give me the slightest bit of credit for getting a couple hundred votes and getting 4,000 in Texas. Nope. It is, folks, as they say, as wise Greek philosophers once said, it is what it is. Okay. I think that one's from Socrates. Okay. Johnny Smith for $5 says, careful, Vince. AJW will probably fight you for mocking Cenk. That's his job. You know what? That's true. That's true. Okay. Actually, that's true. Actual Justice Warrior has been doing the making fun of Cenk thing for way longer than I have. I've done a few videos on him, but mainly it really started with the presidential campaign because I just thought that was the funniest thing ever, and it still continues to be the funniest thing ever. But, you know, I gotta be honest, though. I think I do it in a different way than Actual Justice Warrior, okay? Actual Justice Warrior, typically, you know, he spends more time kind of calm, rational. Like what he's trying to do is, I guess, wake up the TYT viewers or red pill them or whatever. Which there's a place for it, okay? It deserves credit. Now, I do my best to debunk and, you know, talk about that side of Cenk Uygur, like talk about his arguments. But very often, especially with this presidential campaign, it's kind of just us like laughing at him and making a mockery of him, right? So I feel because there's not much to debate. It's just funny, you know. It's just this guy's running for president. He's not eligible, but he thinks he can win Vermont, and he's getting 1.1% in Vermont, and like the whole thing is just hilarious. Okay, so you know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, you know. Then we both deserve. I think we both deserve the credit here. Okay, but I would make the argument, though, when it comes to specifically Cenk 2024, that's been my thing. Okay, like that's been the thing I talk about, all right? And honestly, I don't really see anyone else do it, okay? Which I invite everyone to join the party, because I promise you it's a lot of fun, okay? It's one thing, here's debunking what Cenk said. But folks, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch Cenk Uygur try to run a presidential campaign. And I'm the only conservative making content on it? Come on, folks. Anyways, they just called the state of Massachusetts, so that is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 states out of the 15 tonight that are called for Donald Trump. I don't know why they still have not called Texas. I don't understand. They got 40% of the votes in. Trump is up 75-20, but you're not going to call it. Oh, sorry. Wrong map here. You're not going to call it. 75-20, you're not going to call it. Someone want to explain that? You called Maine with like 2% and Texas with 40% in. Donald Trump is winning by 55%. This is the dorks at the New York Times right now, or the AP, or whoever actually runs this thing. I don't know, but we might still have some outstanding votes for Haley. What is going on, Texas? What are you guys doing? Okay, with the calling of the race, it's a joke. All right, you've called Oklahoma with 30%, Tennessee with 23%, Alabama with 1%, Texas at 41%. You're not going to call it. I don't understand that at all. All right, I mean, honestly, I don't understand why they do a lot of things they do sometimes. But anyways, okay. We're going to listen to Trump here for this little bit, and then after he's done with this, I am going to officially do the Cenk Uygur segment for tonight, okay? That's going to go on the channel after the fact, because I think it's time. I think it's time.
Well, and I think we can do Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin did a good job. I think you're right. It's a lot worse now.
Yeah. Well, let's getting back to the latest New York Times poll. Aside from your biggest lead ever in the national popular vote, is Biden's 25 points down from his 2020 numbers, with working class minority voters without college degrees. It showed up you winning Hispanic voters 46-40. It also showed you winning 23% of black voters. Now you've gained black voters than you had in 2020. What does that make you feel to really get down in the inner cities and show these demos that your policies will promote them despite what the Democrats would say?
So it makes me feel great. Like, as an example, with black voters, Romney got 4 or 5%. Mitt Romney, okay? I'm not a big fan of his, by the way. He got 4 or 5. But I did a lot of things like criminal justice reform.
Trump is now ahead in Vermont.
Zones and cities with Tim Scott, who's fantastic, by the way. And I tell Tim all the time, he ran as a candidate.
They're still projecting it's going to go to Haley, but...
But as my surrogate, he's unbelievable. I said, you do a much better job fighting for me than you did fighting for yourself. He said, I always had trouble fighting for myself, but I like to fight for people that I think can do a great job. He's great. But we did things that were incredible. Criminal justice reform couldn't have been done. They came to see me, a group of people, and they were crying. Can I have help? Yeah. They were crying. And I was able to get conservatives to go along with it, and we got criminal justice reform. And I will tell you, the group that most wanted it was the black population, because, it's pretty rough stuff what's been happening if you look at sentencing and sentencing guidelines, et cetera. So I got criminal justice reform. We did so much. Historically, you know what? I took care of them, and now you have your black colleges and universities are well-funded because of me. They were never going to get it. They were never going to get that.
Yeah. And those are things that the mainstream media won't tell voters. They really hide a lot of the accomplishments you had during your 2016 administration. You did help out the black voters and Hispanic voters. Hispanics were making higher wages than they've ever.
All right, you know what, folks? I think it's time. I think it's time for the Cenk Uygur segment. All right? Like I said, this is going to go on the channel later, so... Let's get ready. Everyone strap in, okay? And our little jokes on the stream, and we'll continue to do it, but let's be a little semi-serious. Of course, we got to be a little semi-serious because this is 1% more professional. Is the stream gonna freaking keep dropping here? All right. Okay. The stream just wants to decide to keep dropping. Can I just talk about Cenk Uygur in peace without being shut down by the Democrat establishment? Come on. Okay. Anyways. All right. Folks, we are live right now, currently following the Super Tuesday results, and obviously the biggest story, you know what, let me correct that. Second biggest story is Trump's absolute pummeling of Nikki Haley, but she still claims, oh, I'm a serious candidate. Clearly not. But frankly, in my opinion, that is secondary to the funniest and most entertaining and arguably the best story of tonight, which is the Vermont Democrat primary. And you say, Vince, why do you view that as being important? Well, it's not really important in the grand scheme of things, but it is funny because the one and only Cenk Uygur, okay, our favorite Democrat presidential candidate, who is, of course, not eligible to be president, but he's running for some reason, actually qualified in the state of Vermont for the ballot there. And you may be asking how that happened. Long story short, he's currently in the middle of a lawsuit trying to argue that he is eligible to run for president. He's citing the 14th Amendment. Long story short, let me spoil it for you. He's not. He's going to lose that lawsuit. But Vermont and Texas and a couple of other states said, okay, we'll let you on the ballot pending the lawsuit, and then we'll figure it out after. Okay, so that's the story as to how he got on the Vermont ballot. But, okay. People say he's a joke of a candidate who really cares. Well, Cenk Uygur, going into Super Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, made the case that he not only thinks that he can beat Biden in the state of Vermont, but that when he does so, it will end the war in Israel because it will send a message to Biden, which will in turn create world peace. I'm not joking about any of this. Yes, you know, of course I would never joke about such a thing because how can you make this up? This is Cenk Uygur. Take a listen to what he said. And again, we are live right now on Super Tuesday. So right after this, I will show you how Cenk Uygur actually did in the state of Vermont. But first, let's listen to him explain his prediction and what he wanted to see on Super Tuesday. Okay.
Now, I'm going to try to do something audacious as I always do, which is to try to win Vermont.
Okay.
Like, I'm not unrealistic. Texas is a giant state. In 5 weeks, we are not going to be able to get our message out effectively enough, especially with mainstream media stonewalling me, that I'm going to win Texas. That's crazy. On the other hand, Vermont is smaller than a congressional district. It's the home of progressives. Does Vermont want to send a message, end the war, end the occupation? Now, if I won, no one would
Yeah, if I misspoke, I meant he's not a natural-born citizen, not that he's not a citizen.
dispute that would be stunning, and the message will have been delivered, right? And so at that point, Biden's got to be thinking, well, how much longer do I want to go with the war if I just heard this resounding message, stop the war, stop the occupation? So that's point one. There's a second point too, but that alone would be worth it. There's actually 2 more points as to why I'm continuing. But again,
okay, so you got that so far, folks. His prediction for tonight, not only did he think he can win Vermont, newsflash, I'll give you a little update, I'll spoil it a little bit. He got 1.1%. Right now, he's at 1.1%. He has a couple of hundred votes. He is second to last, okay? So, you're doing a great job, Cenk. Okay, Cenk is, but by the way, as we're recording this, there's only like 20% of the votes in, so 20 to 30. So, you know, if the remaining vote share splits like 80-20 for Cenk Uygur, which I'm sure is very plausible, it's Cenk season. He's back. But anyways, again, long story short, he thinks that not only can he win Vermont because it's the home of progressives, of course I can win Vermont, but it will end the war in Israel. Okay.
If people say, hey, you know, your chances are totally unrealistic now, so I don't want to give my hard-earned money, $25, $5, whatever it is, I totally get it, guys. I'm the only candidate that'll ever say that, right? But if you want to help send that message and you want to take advantage of this unique opportunity where one of us is on the ballot in 7 different states and we could use that as an opportunity to send a message, that would be amazing.
Okay. So there he was, as usual, you know, trying to scam people of their money. Long story short, you know, for a primary. He's just like Nikki Haley. You know, I honestly, they too should form a unity ticket off of delusion and just wasting people's money. But there he was trying to say, oh, give me your money. But okay. With that said, let's see if Cenk Uygur was successful at sending a message in Vermont. Really quickly, though, before we do that, I do want to also... This is just the greatest picture ever. He says, the day I voted for this guy as president. Okay? So there's Cenk Uygur in his home state. It's Super Tuesday, so California is also voting right now. If you're listening to this video on audio, I encourage you, in fact, I beg you, please look at the screen really quickly for this brief moment. You will not regret it, okay? What a photograph. So there's Cenk. I don't know why he couldn't have posted a better picture, taken a better picture. But okay, enough yapping. Without further ado, let's check in on how Cenk Uygur is doing in the state of Vermont. We now have 39% of the votes in. Joe Biden has 89% of the vote. Okay. So, of course, you know, Cenk claimed I can win Vermont. All right. It's the home of progressives. Right. Democrat candidates. But he's also losing to this guy, Mark Greenstein, who I don't even know who he is. Who is Mark Greenstein? And I don't even know. I don't know who that is. But Cenk Uygur is behind him in 5th place at 240 votes. Okay. But listen, all right. I don't know whenever you're going to be watching this video, ladies and gentlemen, on the replay, but he could catch Mark Greenstein. Okay. That is very plausible. And, you know, it's interesting. He actually said, you know, I have a chance at Vermont, but not Texas. Well, this is kind of funny, actually. Because he claimed Vermont is the home of progressives. He's doing better in Texas than he was in Vermont, right? Because how politics works, and that's why it's kind of funny. But, you know, yeah, Vermont is kind of a progressive, quote-unquote, state. It has Bernie Sanders and all that. It's also a little bit of an old state, right? Not a lot of people there have the most kids. Not a lot of people use the internet super often. How much of your fan base is watching from Vermont? Very little. Whereas Texas, you know, there's more kids, there's younger people, there's just more people in general. You have a demographic probably that consumes the internet more, because here, I gotta give Cenk Uygur a lot of credit. Look at this. He got 3,500 votes. I mean, granted, Joe Biden has 150,000, but it's Cenk Uygur we're talking about. And by the way, in the words of Rocky Balboa, it ain't over till it's over. Okay? It ain't over till it's over, though. Okay? Look at this. He's actually pretty close to Dean Phillips. Okay? 2.1% for Cenk Uygur, 2.4% for Dean Phillips. Only 600 votes separate them. Look, folks, I gotta be honest, as much as we make fun of Cenk Uygur, I am a little bit impressed with that performance. You're within striking distance of Dean Phillips as a totally irrelevant candidate. You're getting 2%. I mean, you know, again, I make fun of him all the time, but good for you. That's a little bit of an underperformance, but we know that's not going to satisfy Cenk Uygur because, you know, he as he says, he's in this to win this. Of course I can win. I mean, that doesn't seem like it's going to be happening, but at the very least, props to Cenk Uygur for existing sort of in the state of Texas. Oh, chat, never mind. As we were literally watching this, Dean Phillips just got a huge vote dump, and now Cenk Uygur has slipped far behind him. Okay, by like almost 3,000 votes. It's over. It's over! The corporate Democrats rigged it again. It is what it is. I don't know what to say. You know, I was about to give Cenk Uygur a little bit of credit for coming close to Dean Phillips, but it's just slipping, okay? It's just slipping. We came so close, all right? But, you know, and by the way, I know I was holding out hope that Cenk Uygur might win, kind of satirically, but still, okay, fine. We've done the Cenk Uygur story. Let's now call it 41% in. Cenk Uygur will not be winning the Vermont primary. It's so sad. It's so sad. In fact, let's see what he has to say about it, if he has anything to say about it. All right. I held out hope, okay? Even though Joe Biden was at 89%, 90% the entire time, okay, I was giving Cenk a little bit of hope. I said, look, if the vote splits 80% for Cenk, he has a path to victory, but that does not seem to be happening, unfortunately. And he has not said anything about his devastating loss in Vermont. But he did. I guess someone did make him this Lego ad. I forgot to play this. All right, check this out, okay? So, I mean, I got to say, all right, if this ad just came out 72 hours earlier, maybe Vermont would have seen it and he would have won. I don't know. It's Cenk's delusion. But take a look at this. Someone made a Lego ad for him, so.
Super Tuesdays here. I'm on the ballot in Vermont, Texas, Oklahoma, and Minnesota. Paid family leave, higher wages, lower drug prices, peace in Gaza, student debt relief, climate change. There's so much good that we can do in the world. Every vote for me is a vote against this war. I'm the anti-war candidate. We do not want Israel bombing the Palestinians, especially with our money. It's already reprehensible. It's war crimes, but us paying for it is unconscionable.
Israel's now killed over 27,000 people in Gaza. 27,000 people. That's a basketball arena full of people, and at least 11,500 of them are children. Our politicians say we're going to greenlight that without a second thought. We're funding that slaughter. And Joe Biden and Democrats and Republicans are saying send them more money to slaughter more Palestinians. That's sick, and that's what I'm fighting against. Joe Biden, you have to get out of the race. Any other Democrat would do 10 points better at least. Don't blame the voters for.
Yeah, Cenk, I'm sure you would do 10 points better than Joe Biden. You're just so electable, okay? You know. You think I'm electable? Of course I'm electable. It's like, yeah, you know, Joe Biden, he has all his problems, but I'm sure, Cenk, you know, the American people, they really want to see your screaming rage pig just like, you know, yelling at Trump on the debate stage. That, wow, right? Like that would be so electable.
For not being excited about Joe Biden. You should actually.
And then when he loses, he'll blame the corporate Democrats, okay? Cenk Uygur falls off his bicycle, and then he's like, the corporate Democrats did this.
The candidate for not getting the voters excited. Biden is 15 points at a minimum lower than where he was when he barely beat Trump last time. His approval ratings in the 30s. He's clearly the weakest candidate out there. We got to push Biden out together. Go out and vote in the primaries. Vote against Joe Biden. Send a message.
Wow. Whoa. Look at this. This is a foreshadowing of what I said was going to happen at the convention. Cenk Uygur is going to take it all the way. He's going to cash in the Money in the Bank contract. Look at this.
It's out there. We got to push Biden out together. Go out and vote in the primary.
This is some WWE, bro. Cenk Uygur about to give Joe Biden a stone cold stunner on the Lego. Look at this.
Vote against Joe Biden. Send a message.
Look how he throws that pie.
Candidate.
Surprised he didn't eat the pie, but good for him.
The strongest possible candidate so we can actually beat Donald Trump. Now, I know a lot of the skeptics and the pessimists say, no way. There's no way you're going to get peace in the Middle East. There's no way you're going to help those Palestinians. There's no way you're going to give higher wages. And
skeptics and pessimists more like realists, but
lower drug prices. Yeah, I know how hard it is, but if we all work together, we at least have a shot versus no shot. All the people who desperately want to make a difference. Don't listen to the doubters. Don't listen to the haters. Let's go out and vote in the primaries. I'm going to use every vote and every delegate that I get as power and leverage to bring peace to Gaza, to end the occupation, let people know that there is a candidate for peace.
A vote for Cenk Uygur is a vote to end the war and the occupation. Let's go vote on Super Tuesday and send a message.
CenkForAmerica.com.
Chat, wasn't that just so inspirational? Okay, in all seriousness, I'll give credit where it's due. This is a pretty well done video, okay? But I guess like Cenk Uygur, you know, he has no campaign ads, he has nothing. He thought he was going to win Vermont even though he had no ground game and no campaign because apparently he just thinks elections are won on the internet or something. But he did have one of his fans make him a ad with the Legos, okay? And in the Lego ad, he threw a pie at Joe Biden. So, you know, Joe Biden's path to the Democratic nomination, of course, is now in serious jeopardy, I can imagine. No, but in all seriousness here, again, to conclude, folks, unfortunately, our favorite rage pig has not won the state of Vermont. We got to take a look at these other primary results here in a second. At the time I'm clipping this thing right now, Vermont for the Republican side is too close to call, but Trump is about to win every single other state. And so let's just hope again that there is no moral victory for Nikki Haley And once there is no moral victory for Nikki Haley, she can join Cenk Uygur in the delusional unity ticket. All right? So that's what is going to happen here next. But poor Cenk. All right? Everyone put an F in the chat for Cenk tonight. It's truly sad. Okay. Anyways, that's okay. All right, you guys have okay. That's probably the last we're gonna talk about Cenk Uygur tonight. All right, it's my favorite thing ever to do ever, but at this point, I can't necessarily keep justifying. We spent more time talking about Cenk than we have the Republican primary. Okay, anyways, checking in on these results, they have finally called Texas, so there you go, another state off the board for Nikki Haley and in the camp of Donald Trump. Arkansas now been called for Donald Trump. So that is, the map is all coming together. Minnesota with just, very tiny vote share in. But so far, Donald Trump is crushing it in Minnesota. And that's probably to be expected because Trump is popular up in the Midwest. In Minnesota, it's like a weird state, but I'd assume a Republican primary. I mean, he likely should be fine there. Let's see what New York Times thinks about it. Yeah, they think he's going to win by 36. Sounds about right to me. But anyways, Colorado, this is interesting. So that is a state that Nikki Haley was campaigning a lot in, okay? She touted, oh, look, I did this one event and a couple hundred people showed up and the seats were full because the venue was a couple hundred people. Well, you take a look at Colorado with 42% in, Donald Trump is crushing her, 61-36. So there's a state for Nikki Haley that she was hoping she'd win and she did not come close, it's looking like. Currently, they're estimating Trump will win by 25 there. So there you go. So that's Colorado, another state off the board and now called by the AP. At 10 p.m., polls will close in Utah. This is another state. Hey, Nikki was maybe hoping she'd win because the Mormon votes, Mitt Romney, you got rhinos in that state. Not all of them, though. Again, I think people underestimate Utah. Like, there's plenty of conservatives on our side in that state, too. But looking at how Colorado went, I would not be surprised if Utah splits the exact same way. Because these are sort of those, these are those Mountain West states. I mean, obviously, Utah and Colorado are very different states. I shouldn't compare them. But to some degree, they're both these Mountain West states that Nikki Haley was spending a lot of time campaigning on. She was hoping maybe more milquetoast attitudes within the Republican electorate there could come through for her. But you take a look at the way Colorado has already gone for her. I would not set the bar high for her in Utah at that rate. But checking back in here at Vermont, Trump currently leads 49-46 with 47% of the vote in. But New York Times still estimating Haley will win by 2.1% based on outstanding vote shares. So, we'll just have to see. We will just have to see. Okay? Anyways, Minnesota still the same. California, nothing much. Let's see if Joe Biden underperformed. No Cenk Uygur jokes, but let's see if Joe Biden underperformed anywhere here. Dominant in Texas, dominant in Oklahoma, Arkansas. Southern states are to be expected. In North Carolina, maybe that's not quite the Michigan boycott. But, North Carolina, 89% of Democrats voted for Biden, but 11% went no preference. However, that is 45,000 people that voted for nobody over Joe Biden. So that is not a very significant share in comparison to what happened in Michigan. But, hey, it happened. It's something. I'll bring that up slightly, I guess. Virginia, Joe Biden, no, nothing much there. He's going to win big. Vermont, it's so funny. Cenk said that Vermont is a progressive state, which it kind of is, I guess, but it's one of Biden's strongest states tonight. So that's kind of funny. Nowhere else. Okay, Massachusetts, nothing much there. Yeah. Okay. So nothing much else to say about the Democrats besides North Carolina, somewhat respectable, uncommitted, no preference, nobody vote against Biden. But like I said, I wouldn't really compare it to Michigan in terms of margins. I think the Michigan one was more significant, but it's something. Hey, it's something, okay? It does help fortify perhaps the idea that Biden does not stand a chance in North Carolina, right? North Carolina is a bit of a swing state, but it's more of a right-leaning swing state. most of the time we win it. Even in 2020, we won it, right? Strong state GOP there as well, by the way. So, you know, I think we'll be fine for 2024 as well. Again, by the way, a lot of that credit has to go to Mike Whatley and the people who run the North Carolina GOP, because demographically, it's not a deep red state at all these days, but they are just so good at turning out voters, registering voters, running the party there, that it's a clean machine. And even in 2020, with everything that happened, Trump still won the state, right? And now Mike Whatley is slated to take over or Whately, however you say his name, is slated to take over the RNC. So that's good news for the election, because, you know, hey, North Carolina, you're going to lose someone, you know, that's not great. But in terms of the RNC, you compare his leadership and competence to Ronna McDaniel and just look at the way he's been able to run the North Carolina GOP. The track record speaks for itself. And I say that all the time. The moment I heard his name, I said immediately endorse. He should be the RNC chair. You know, I know people like to bring up these flashy names. Hey, it should be Vivek. It should be Scott Presler. But realistically, okay, November is not that far away. The RNC is a mess right now. You need someone you can plug and play, right? You need someone you can immediately put in there. He'll do the job. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to do the job already. He knows how to fundraise, organize campaigns, outreach, register voters, all that stuff. You need a state GOP chair is what I'm saying. You need someone who already knows how to do this job, okay? Because we don't have time, frankly. Sorry, Vivek. I mean, I don't think he wants the job anyway, but sorry to people who want Vivek or, you know, Scott Presler or, you know, all these other people. Competence is what's most important in terms of the RNC chair. It's not an elected position, okay? You just need a bulldog who can do the job well, right? And Whatley, whatever his name is in North Carolina, he's proven in that state he can do the job well, you know, and you need someone immediately. He'll get in there. He'll right the ship. Which donors do I have to call? How do I have to organize, strategize, everything? He's a perfect pick in my opinion. But anyways, just bringing that up because we were on the subject of North Carolina. And we'll have to see how that RNC chair race actually goes, but I'm pretty sure it sounds like that's what it's going to go to. And I fully endorse it. He is the best man in America currently for the job. I'm just going to say it like that, okay? And that's not to just like hype him up excessively. It's to say when you look at all state GOP chairs out there and the job they've done in North Carolina, he's by far the most qualified. He will by far do the best job, okay? And he knows he will already know how to do it and what he's doing. Again, November, not that far away. We don't have time for the learning on the spot thing or trying to see, hey, let's test out this, wild card candidate for the position. No, don't waste time like that. Okay. Because you do that, you're going to lose the election, right? You don't have time for that. You need the safe, competent bulldog. That is Whatley. Okay. Anyways, we are 40 minutes away from the poll closing in Utah. Up in Vermont, it just still remains close. Again, you take a look here, 48% to 47% for Nikki Haley. If we want to break down the state-by-state results, or I should say whatever. You know what I mean. So this is the current margin, but when you take a look at the votes outstanding, again, Burlington still just has not reported a whole lot of votes, and take a look at how their votes are splitting so far. 10% of the votes in Burlington, again, Vermont's most populated area here, 71% to 25% splitting for Nikki Haley. Or sorry, that's the estimated split left. Let's see what it is so far. So far, it's 75-17 in favor of Nikki Haley. So their math there, unfortunately, does add up. Like, I can see why they're saying Haley can win or should win in the state of Vermont. But, you never know. It is very close right now. It's definitely within the margin of error. So I think ultimately we're just going to have to see, hey, who knows? Maybe a little bit of Burlington coat magic comes through. Who knows? But it's Vermont. What are you going to say? They have Burlington coats, which are Burlington coats, and they have Ben & Jerry's, which is the woke ice cream, okay? And they're notorious, all right? You have a Ben & Jerry's, an ice cream company on a Native American reservation, And they can't stop telling you, and they unironically posted a thing about how America is on stolen land and about how you need to eat the gay ice cream. Okay? So there's a little fun fact on the state of Vermont. But we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. Let's tune into the live feed here, see if anything's happening at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, which I'm still waiting on the invite. I'm just kidding, but no, seriously. I want to check out Mar-a-Lago sometime. All right, I've driven outside, but I think if I just try to walk in, I might get arrested by Secret Service. So very cordially, a little invite sometime would be nice. All right, but anyways,
that this is a race that we're going to win, but really, our eyes are set on November, and we all know that Joe Biden, and we've had this discussion many times. I don't quite think he's going to make it to the starting line, to be honest with you. That's just me.
Well, we'll see how he is at the State of the Union this week. He'll be coming into the People's House in Congress and delivering the State of the Union on Thursday. We're all interested to see what he's going to say. I'm interested to see if he's even going to say her name, say Laken Riley's name. The beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from University of Georgia, wonderful Christian from Georgia that so horrifically lost her life, was murdered by an illegal alien. Joe Biden, the President of the United States, has yet to say her name and recognize the fact that his open border policies caused her death. And the Biden administration has blood on their hands. And so I'm interested to see if the President of the United States is willing to even recognize her and talk about his failure at the border. I highly doubt it, though. He's a liar, and I think he'll lie to Congress again.
Yeah, I believe so. And I know that the early reports on this State of the Union address does not really have any mention at all about the broken border and immigration, yet it is the #1 issue in the country. So by him avoiding that is a huge mistake, and I do think that he will hear from House Republicans during that speech. If he does mention immigration, Marjorie, he knows he's going to pin it on the responsibility on Republicans. It's your fault, by the way.
Which, by the way, unfortunately, as much as I would like to be live for State of the Union, I mean, that's kind of an annual tradition. Actually, going back on my channel for a very long time, as a matter of fact, since the first year of the channel here, I have an exam on Thursday for college. And, you know, frankly, I just think that's disrespectful, okay? My school should acknowledge, first of all, you know, no, I'm going to just say, like, my school should acknowledge the fact that I'm an online political content creator, okay? And, you know, you read the syllabus for this professor. It's like, that's not a valid reason. You know what they say? They say work is not a valid reason. This isn't work, professor. This is my life. Do you not understand? So, yeah. Okay, long story short, we won't be live for State of the Union. I'll try to do a video, like, right afterwards, you know, recapping and talking about it. But a little programming alert there. Would love to be, okay? It's like one of the biggest streams of the month. And no, you... stupid principles of management. No.
Spillover. If you remember Pickens, South Carolina, it would probably look very similar to that. People all over the streets. But in your district, when you poll your district on what people are concerned about, it's the border, right?
Oh,
without a doubt.
Border.
But it's also the economy. You've seen a major shift in industrial production in the not only in the country but in your state has moved overseas.
Absolutely. Inflation is hurting people in my district. The fact that their groceries cost so much more now, the fact that gasoline costs so much more, their electricity bills, their heating bills, everything costs more in Northwest Georgia, and it's all because of Joe Biden and so-called Bidenomics.
Dollar for Dollar says both of my roommates are from Vermont. What? That is actually crazy. Okay? I don't think I've ever met a person from Vermont ever in my life. The only person I know from Vermont is Bernie Sanders, and he's a politician. And both of your college roommates are from... there's like 5 people in the whole state, and you are roommates with 2 of them in college? The odds of that happening are insane to me. Okay, that's... Wow. Is there just a lot of people from Vermont in Liberty? I mean, I don't know. Okay. You should ask them why they're letting Nikki Haley win, though. All right. You know, you should prank them. You should like get like Nikki Haley toilet paper and like unroll it all over their bed. I think. Oh no. Get them like Nikki Haley bed sheets. All right. I think that's a funny freshman prank you can pull dollar for dollar. Do something like that. All right. Do something like that. All right. Anyways, we just got a new race call. Donald Trump wins the state of Minnesota with 1% of the vote in, which again begs the question why they took so long to call the state of Texas. But still, nonetheless, they are estimating he will win Minnesota by a margin of 35%. He's currently winning by 55. Oh, not more than 55. So there is yet another state that falls. The dominoes continue to fall. Utah, besides Vermont, Utah might be the last state of interest, but I think the way you see this going, Nikki Haley doesn't have a shot there either. But, you know, it's a part of the satisfaction, okay? We want to see it all turn red, all right? Currently, the delegate count is Trump winning 24 delegates tonight so far to Nikki Haley's 0. In total delegate count, Trump leads 297 to Nikki Haley's 43. But, of course, she still has a path to victory. Hey, he hasn't won the nomination yet. Okay. And as a reminder, 854 delegates are at stake tonight. Okay. So Donald Trump could be very close, like razor close to securing the nomination if he, you know, by the end of tonight. Not if, will be very close to securing the nomination by the end of tonight. And it will probably just take the next round of primaries before that is settled. And we never have to hear from Nikki Haley ever again. Although, that's also kind of sad because I enjoy dunking on her. It's kind of like Cenk Uygur. It's like, you don't like them, but you also don't want to see them go. You know? It's one of those kinds of relationships. But, you know what else is interesting is that this week, because you know Nikki Haley made the RNC pledge to where she'll support the Republican candidate, right? This week, she actually went out and said she no longer will abide by that. Okay, so I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means she's going to try to go after Trump, try to run third party, refuse to endorse Trump or something. Who knows what she's trying to do, what her game plan is here. But she basically made the argument that because the RNC has changed leadership, therefore my old RNC pledge is invalid. Which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's still the RNC. It's the same Republican primary. She's just making excuses, obviously. But what's Nikki Haley's angle there? I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. We are beyond the point where I really understand what she is doing, okay? I don't understand why she's still in the race, right? It could be partially about money, but not necessarily because she's losing a bunch of money, so it doesn't really add up there. Whatever. But I may have misread Nikki Haley perhaps entirely because and by the way, this still may be true, but hearing her say that this week makes it interesting because my prediction always has been that the moment she drops out, whenever it is, she's going to immediately get behind Donald Trump and kiss up to him. And of course, people may hear that and say, well, you know, what exactly makes you say that? Like she's a neocon. She's all this. Well, because even though she has the politics of Chris Christie, she is a very different type of person than Chris Christie, right? Chris Christie, say what you will, he's a loser, but he's a principled loser, right? He's going to go down with the ship, okay? So even if there's two people at his event, he's going to show up and trash on Donald Trump, and he's going to, you know, vote for Joe Biden and do everything it takes to go against Trump. Because he you know, like I said, he hates Trump, but he's principled about it. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, at least the way I've always read her, is that she is more so an opportunist, okay? Yes, she has all the same bad politics of Chris Christie, but she's far more manipulative, right? She'll do anything it takes to get into power, achieve power. And the reason I've said I always thought she was just going to endorse Trump after this is because she is not entirely, like, she is pretty stupid, but I don't think she's so stupid as to think that going against Trump will guarantee her any type of political future. I have always assumed that the moment it was over, she was going to endorse Trump, try to kiss up to everyone, try to win back the good graces of conservatives. Why? Because again, her primary principle is not principle. Her primary principle is power. She wants power. And because she wants it, she will manipulate and flip-flop and do whatever it takes to get it. And if she sees that the ship is with Donald Trump, the winds are blowing that way, like she did back in his first presidency, she will blow that wind. She will go with that wind, right? If that makes sense. But again, you hear something like that and you have to think to yourself, okay, well, maybe we totally misjudged her, right? Maybe we totally misread her. Maybe she is going to be the principled loser who's going to go down with the ship. Or maybe it's that she also sees, hey, she really screwed up here, right? By doing what she did in this Republican primary, she really has burned the bridge permanently with the GOP. Maybe she sees it that way, like she has no chance ever again. She has burned all of her credibility. She's not even going to try to get it back. She is instead going to just run third party or, apply for a CNN contributorship or something like that. And hey, maybe that's possible too. Maybe she's going to sit on The View. Okay, could you see her on The View with all those losers? I certainly could. So I don't know. Maybe that's the angle she's taking here. Frankly, I have no idea what it is. All I know is, I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know what Nikki Haley's going to do. People ask, what do you think she's going to do? I used to be confident in what I thought. I'm not anymore. I don't know. Okay. There's a 33% chance she could, again, do what I initially predicted, which was endorse Trump and try to weasel her way back into power. I'd say there's a 33% chance she continues afterwards to be anti-Trump because she wants a job either in the media or maybe as a lobbyist in the private sector, right? Either or. But I could totally see her becoming a CNN contributor or, again, a lady on The View. That's a little bit out there of an idea, but I could see it. Hey, ABC, look, I don't like you. I don't like Nikki. But let me do you a little bit of a marketing thought here, okay? Put Nikki Haley on The View. Your ratings, they still wouldn't be good, but they'd go up at least like you'd have. Because listen, frankly, ever since they replaced Meghan McCain, I don't even know who the conservative is on The View, quote unquote conservative, right? Like for the balance of perspective, The View always does that thing where they, have a conservative on, but it's a total fake conservative. So, Nikki Haley would fit right in, but I don't know who it was after Meghan McCain. But hey, that's your new Meghan McCain right there, is Nikki Haley. I think that's a great idea for you guys, for the marketing there. And, I would like any excuse to continue talking about Nikki Haley and the content. So I'm all here for that. But either again, so that's a 33% chance she tries to go into the media as an anti-Trumper. And then I'd say the other 33% is maybe she runs no labels, right? Maybe she tries to join one of the third-party tickets, whether that's with RFK, which I hope for RFK's sake and everyone's sake, he turns that down because he says, oh, well, I'm anti-establishment and you're a warmonger. This is not going to work. Or maybe she goes on the no labels ticket with Joe Manchin, right? Because she has been talking a lot recently about how the American people are tired of the chaos. So that could be also another option, is maybe she runs third party. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But at this point, I really couldn't tell you. Like, I genuinely don't have a clue what I think she's going to do. So that's the status on Nikki Haley as we sit around and just take a look at these results here, folks. And we have a little bit of a lull because not a lot is reporting, and we're waiting on Utah. Vermont, basically still the same in terms of everything there right now. But let's see if Donald Trump is going to appear yet. Trump is making everyone wait. Come on, folks. Is he going to wait till California's polls close? Is that what he's going to do? Oh my gosh, I am not trying to stream till 11 tonight. My voice it's done. Okay, Chad, it's done. Supposed to go on a date this week. How's this supposed hey, how's that supposed to work? Unbelievable. Trump is not being very kind to my voice, okay? Can he just come out now, give his speech, say we won, we call it a night? Because I can't break the tradition of, always streaming the speech, but come on. All right? Oh, come on. I'm sick. Chat, can we get a like and subscribe for the sick? I don't know. Let's check in on Cenk Uygur, I guess. Okay, let's check in on Cenk Uygur. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Hold on, chat. Cenk Uygur has a statement to make here. He says, Trump has won. It's over. It's more over for the Republicans. Democrats still faintly hope that Biden voluntarily drops out at some point, but otherwise, both races are over. So he's giving up. He's giving up. Okay, update here, folks, on the Cenk Uygur Chronicles. After his crushing defeat in Vermont tonight, he is apparently saying he's giving up. He says the race is over. So I don't know if he's going to drop out, but he's basically acting like he's dropping out. Let's take a listen to TYT.
Unsurprisingly, Nikki Haley does better in the Northeast, the more moderate states. Trump crushes in the deeper red states like Oklahoma, Texas, etc. And guys, there's a couple phenomena in here. First of all, it looks like Trump has won. It's over. It's more over for the Republicans, even though that race was supposed to be closer than it is for Democrats, because Democrats still have faint hope that Biden voluntarily drops out at some point, right? But otherwise, both races are over. And then when you look at the map now, this is the second part that we'll get to. Texas looked like it might turn purple or blue just like a couple of years ago. We were very hopeful about Texas. Now everything is going backwards. Now, like Biden is struggling in Oklahoma, Texas, and other places. Like in Oklahoma, these bunch of people have like 8 points, 7 points, etc. against the sitting president, which.
Yeah, it's almost like the immigration thing is not super popular in Texas, huh? Yeah. And you're also losing Hispanic voters in South Texas and all across Texas, actually. So great job.
Shouldn't happen. Like nobody's paying attention to Oklahoma, so that's why it's kind of surprising that he's not doing as well there. But bottom line is, A, is this over for both sides, particularly Trump and the Republicans? And then B, how worried should we be about the general election?
Okay. So Cenk Uygur not even acknowledging his own performance there, but he sounds defeated. Poor Cenk. He came so close tonight. I don't know why you give him. In fact, let me quote tweet him right now, okay? I think Cenk Uygur needs some words of encouragement right now, right? I'm going to tell him this, bro. Don't give up, Cenk. There's still hope for you to win. If the remaining Vermont votes split 90-10, you got this. All right. Send tweet, by the way. Be sure to follow me on Twitter/X if you have it. It's at VinceDao TV, and on Instagram at thevincedao. Okay, anyways, shameless plug. All right. Send tweet. All right. Don't give up hope, Cenk. You're only like 98%, 96% away from winning. That's not too bad. Okay, honestly, that's fine. Hey, look, there's Greg. I know that guy. Hey, chat, I know that guy. Okay, anyways. We are sitting here and just monitoring live. Let me see if there's any update on when Trump is supposed to come out.
Taxes, and you can simply, the information for that is on your screen. I highly encourage you to get in touch with them and be able to break that anxiety. Tax Network USA, that is Tax Network USA. I see Siggy Flicker and some other notable.
Okay, they're just doing their sponsorship thing. Let's take a look here at... Let's just read the live chat, folks, because honestly, while we wait, there's not much to talk about, okay? They've called every state except Vermont, which is going to go very slow. Waiting on Utah. California, I don't know if we're even going to make it till then, but, you know, it exists. It's a state. It's there. Giant Bulldog says Nikki's still coping. All right, actually, maybe that is something to examine and take a look at here. Let me find out really quickly if Nikki is still coping. Let's see what she has to say. Let's see what she has to say. Okay, no, she's doing the normal thing of once the election starts, she just doesn't tweet anything because she's in hiding because she loses every single time. But I will tune in to Nikki Haley HQ, okay? Because apparently this is like one of her campaign accounts. And I am not kidding you when I say this. This account borders on parody, okay? It is just so ridiculously stupid, all right? But no, okay, even Team Nikki Haley is crickets, all right? Crickets, crickets, crickets. Is it over, chat? Actually, let's do that poll right now in the chat. Do you think she's going to drop out tonight? I'm actually curious, okay? Honestly, probably not, because she's just stupid, but she's going to say, oh, I won Vermont, guys. Anyways, okay, let's say this. Do you think Nikki Haley will drop out? Slayer Dork says she has no events tonight. What? How do you claim to be a legitimate candidate for Super Tuesday? You don't have a single event? You're not even going to speak. Oh, gosh. Okay, I was looking forward to that. No, that was legitimately one of the things I was looking forward to. And you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So you're going to do all that to Super Tuesday. You put all this up. We're going to go to Super Tuesday. And you're not even going to give a speech, okay? You're not even doing a watch party? What kind of campaign is this? Even Cenk Uygur is doing a watch party, kind of. Whatever. Point being, he's there. I'm utterly disappointed. I wanted to see what she was going to say. Is she going to drop out? Is she going to cope? Like, do something, man. Do something. What the heck? Although that maybe it's interesting. Like, maybe tomorrow morning she's going to do a video dropping out. I don't know. But, you know, she like this whole time she's been doing the same thing where she pretends like she won the election. I mean, she could have done that again at least. She could have tried to do that again. But no, she's just in hiding. She's in the basement like Joe Biden in 2020 and still. We call her Basement Nikki, okay? Which, of course, I guess makes sense because her supporters are basement dwellers, but that's what she's going to do. She's going to watch from the basement. Slayer Dork, I hope for everyone's sake that what you're saying is not true, but it probably is true. You're probably telling the truth. An idiot says she won't win Vermont. I have hope for the 6 people living there. So true. So true. They're not ready. We're down but not out. Unironically, we are down but not out. Okay. Well, folks, let's keep reading the live chat. If she's not gonna even come out, then I guess I'm gonna pause the News Now feed because that was literally just for her. That was to see whenever she comes out. But whatever. Okay, 65% of you guys currently say that you don't think Nikki Haley will drop out. 35% say they do. Like I said, I am beyond the point of like being able to understand her. You know what I mean? You know, you get older, you think you understand women, and sometimes you do as a man. But I'm sorry, this is a case I just don't understand her. Okay, you try your best to empathize, communicate, and this is just a case where that is just not true. It's just impossible. Like, I don't understand her. I don't understand her. Okay, so I don't know what she's gonna do. I don't know what she's gonna do. Is she sending the mixed signals? She's not. No, it's true though. She's sending the mixed signals. She's a poor communicator. She's totally delusional. It's like, how is this is a point where I, as a man, look at a female in any instance and say, I don't understand. Like, there's nothing we can do. Like, I don't get you. It's true. It's true. It's actually true. Okay. But anyways, Donald Trump now has 53 delegates. So I want to see her COPE speech. Everyone wants to see her COPE speech. You are robbing Every one of this. Nimrod. John Willard says, why would she drop out? There's still several states. Is this your 10th account, John Willard, or is this your 11th? Okay. I wonder who has more accounts. Okay. Does John Willard have more accounts, or does Nikki Haley have more delegates? Because Nikki Haley has 43 total delegates. I wonder if John Willard has more than 43 accounts. Because, you know, I could see that. I could see that. So, let's see. Biden lost American Samoa. What? You're kidding. We're so back. Did Cenk Uygur win? No, he didn't. It was probably Dean Phillips. But still. Hold on. American Samoa Democrat primary. Jason Palmer. Apparently, Jason Palmer won American Samoa. Who the heck is Jason Palmer? Okay, I don't know who Jason Palmer is, but I've never even seen him on any of these ballots, but he has won American Samoa. Okay? I wish it was Cenk Uygur, but okay, there you go. So, it doesn't mean much. It's American Samoa, but it does show Biden is a little bit of a weak incumbent. Hey, good news, I guess. I don't know how else to interpret it. But good for Jason Palmer. I do wish it was Cenk Uygur, though. Okay, folks, until the polls close in Utah, which is in about 11 minutes, I'm probably just going to read the chat because there's not much else to talk about unless Trump makes his appearance anytime soon. So feel free to do the super chats if you want your message read. I'm just going to scroll through and read some of these, though, here. So let me make sure first I'm caught up on our super chats. Am I caught up? Okay, I'm caught up. All right. So let's see what's going on in the live chat. Are you guys behaving yourselves? Z-Boss says Cenk needs to change his name. Why does Cenk has a great name? Unless he's going to change it to Jason Palmer and then win American Samoa, I don't think that's necessary, Z-Boss. Because how else would I say, Cenk Uygur? You know? Like, that's my thing. What do people in American Samoa vote for and believe in? I could not tell you, okay? They vote for coconuts. Okay, they vote for coconuts and what's that movie? Moana, whatever. All right. That's what they vote for. All right. And Troy Polamalu is from there, I believe. So I don't know. I guess that's what they vote for. I don't. I get it that they're a territory and all that, but it's kind of weird even thinking they vote for our president. Like, they don't even know what's going on in the mainland United States. You know? Like, they're totally disconnected. What do American Samoans even have to do? But, okay, I mean, I get it. Okay, they're a territory, so you can vote in the primary, whatever. It is what it is. But it's kind of odd to me to even think about the fact that American Samoans are voting on the nominee for president. Okay? Like, what do you know about Joe Biden or Donald Trump? All you know is coconuts and tribal tattoos and more coconuts. Okay, it's the truth. But whatever. Shout out to American Samoa because you made Biden lose. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the Islanders. Okay, everyone. Well, I don't even know what language they speak. Samoan? Is that a language? But I do know Hawaiian. So everyone give a great mahalo to our American Samoan friends who just owned Joe Biden just now. Okay? The Pueb says they should not be allowed to vote. Well, it's a primary, so the party gets to decide how it's constructed. I don't know. I don't have a big issue with it. Like, they get like 2 delegates. In principle, you're probably right. You know, I assume it's probably just a really old tradition, probably dating back to when, if I were to guess, I don't know, someone can fact check this. I would guess maybe it dates back to when even places on the mainland were still territories, like, you know, I don't know, Arizona, California, you know, the West. I have no idea. Anyways, dollar for $2 says American Samoa may be a sign for Biden and Hawaii. I wouldn't go that far dollar for dollar. They're really nothing alike. Like, Hawaii is just a bunch of establishment Democrats and hippies. Okay. The Samoans, I don't know anything about the Samoans, but I know enough to know they're actually a different people. We need Trump to drink coconut water. He'll be guaranteed to win if he does. Hot take. People can make fun of me. I actually like coconut water. Okay. I know, it's a hippie thing. It's like what? Okay, I'm from California. I'm allowed to be like 1% hippie. Am I allowed that? Okay. At least in terms of the health trends. No, but in all seriousness, coconut water is actually pretty good. And it's good for you. Hey, listen, before you come at me. You can get your electrolytes after you work out or something from Gatorade, which is like fake crap, or coconut water, which is real. Okay? So don't come at, coconut water is for liberals. It's fine. Okay? It's from nature. Conservatives need to reclaim that. We don't like modernism. We don't like processed crap. Okay? Pure coconut water. Actually, I used to drink coconut juice, like, growing up, straight from the coconut itself. Like, my mom would come home from coconuts from the market, and, like, you take a big knife, you cut it open, you drink straight from it. And that stuff was good. Okay? And I don't know anything about Samoans besides they probably have coconuts there. So I'm trying to relate to them. You know? No, that's not a hot take. It's good. It's just overpriced. It is overpriced, but yeah, it's like, okay, it's sort of like a California health nut hippie thing, okay? That's kind of where it all starts, all this stuff. Avocado toast and all that. But, what I would say about some of those trends that originate from where I'm from, besides the vegan stuff, a lot of them are actually good, right? Because there is truth to the idea that there's too much pesticides and processed stuff and, fake seed oils and all that stuff in our food that, the natural food movement, I know it's been overrun by hippies in many cases, but I don't think that's something conservatives should be against. It just crosses a totally different line when it gets into veganism and all that crap, right? That's different. But the rest of it, I don't think is bad. Anyways. There's a rant about coconuts. We're having fun on this. We're having fun on this Super Tuesday, aren't we? Okay. Let us see what else is going on. Coconut milk is inherently conservative. Trust me, guys. Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. Vince, Trump has a 3-point lead over Nikki in Vermont now. I don't see that. I see like a 1-point lead. Hold on, let me refresh. Maybe it just hasn't reported yet. But New York Times thinks Nikki's going to win by 3. Again, this is the thing you guys got to keep in mind. So the big outstanding vote share, typical, right? It always goes like this, is from the urban area of Burlington. And as you can see, you look at the circles, okay? You consult the circles here. The trusty circles. This is science. Then we all know how this works. The remaining vote share is estimated to be very favorable to Haley. That's why they're projecting Haley's going to win. But it is going to be close, so we'll have to see. Because they're saying Haley plus 3, which is certainly a lot. But, again, we will just have to see. Okay. Anyways, getting back here to our live chat. Vince, are flea markets based? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even know if I've ever been to a flea market. Like, what actually is a flea market? Like, I've heard, I kind of understand. Let me see. Flea markets where, hold on. Oh, okay. So it's like a farmer's market, but it's for clothes and stuff. I don't know if I'd say it's right wing or left wing. It just depends on the context. I mean, there's a lot of flea markets that are kind of, third worldy, but I assume that's not all of them. I don't know. I don't know. I've been to many. I've never been to a flea market. I've been to plenty of farmers markets. I've never been to a flea market. Okay. Thoughts on Kenny Zhu running for Congress in North Carolina District 13? Actually, let's check in on him. Let's see how Kenny's doing. Kenny's a nice guy. I was on his podcast once. We talked about like affirmative action or so. I don't even remember. It's a long time ago. But, you know, good for him. Good for him. What district is it? NC 13? Let's see how he's doing. Republican primary. If you guys don't know who Kenny Zhu is, he was one of the big guys, like, instrumental in overturning affirmative action with that whole lawsuit. So, okay. Well, he's not doing too well. So this is almost all the way reported. Kenny came in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place because his diameter, his circumference takes up the entire mainland United States. So there quite literally is no escape. Dollar for dollar. Oh, the stream drop. Chat. Okay, we're back. All right. Anyways, as I was saying, dollar for $2 says, unironically, citing Wikipedia is such a based move. This is so true because, you know, you have all these annoying teachers, you know, growing up said, you can't cite Wikipedia. It's not a reliable source. And look, I understand for academic sources and papers and all that stuff, but they went so far with it to the point where, like, basic information about people, you can't use Wikipedia. No, you gotta blah, 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 blah. So it is kind of funny in response to just cite Wikipedia. Now, on the flip side, I'll say Wikipedia is ran by leftists, so there's that to it. But it's also kind of funny to piss off the professors who are like, this is not an academic peer-reviewed study. You can't do this. And I'm like, watch me. So it is kind of a Chad move. So, anyways, let's see what else we got here going on in the chat. Giant Bulldog says teachers should be paid less. I mean, you know, when you really break it down, see, I'm not anti-teachers. It is true that a lot of them are aiding in the destruction of our children and hence the destruction of our country. But you know, it is true that every time they go, at least it depends some places, right? It depends on the state and the district and all that. But a lot of the times when these teachers go on strike and all that stuff, we're underpaid. We want better rights. It's like, listen, lady, you work 9 months out of the year. Okay, you have, if that, yeah, arguably more like 8 months with all the holidays. But okay, you work 9 months out of the year. You work 6 hours a day. Oh, but you got to grade papers. Oh, yeah, that takes so long, right? Okay, fine. 7 hours a day? First of all, these teachers, okay, most of them, they say, oh, well, grading papers is part of my work. All my freaking teachers growing up, they took like 2 months to grade the paper, okay? And honestly, if I were to be honest, it doesn't take that long to grade a paper. You read through, rubric, check mark, okay, done. I'm sorry. Folks, it doesn't take that long. Sorry to the teachers in defense. It doesn't take that long. So it's like, look, teachers do a necessary job. I'm not going to go out there and say cut their pay or anything like crazy like that. But I think in many cases when they claim, you know, we're treated like such garbage, we need to be paid more. At least where I'm from. Okay, so teachers in LA, like the starting salary, the average salary of a teacher is like close to 80 grand a year or something like that. Okay, teachers making 80 grand a year. They have health insurance, they have a pension, they have all these benefits, and all they can do is complain. Okay, those teachers, at least where I'm from, they're going on strike like every freaking year. Every freaking year, it's like, we're not paid enough. Whoa. Dude, you work 9 months out of the year. You literally cannot be fired because you work a public job. Like, you can be terrible at your job. Your job's in no way based on performance. You have a pension. And you know what that pension pays them out, by the way? If I remember how this works, it pays them like a third of the highest salary they ever made or something like that. Okay? So, something like that. So, their pension is they're getting paid like 25 grand a year. Okay? That's the freaking pension that they make at that job. And all they could ever freaking do growing up was complain about how they're overworked and and we're a bunch of liberals. And so, you know, I'm not speaking for all teachers across the country, okay? Because I'm sure there's some places where education is not funded enough. That's certainly true. But at least in the context of Southern California, where I grew up, oh my gosh, all they do is whine. All that teachers union does is, dude, your life is good, okay? And if you don't like it, you should have chosen a different profession. Oh, wait, you chose teaching because it was the easy thing to do. Hey, guaranteed kind of money, all that stuff, stability. And then you're mad because you're not making like 7 figures a year. It's just crazy. All right, Donald Trump's still not come out. But anyways, so, you know, at least in the teachers in the district I grew up in, yes, they should be paid less. Let me just say that. They should be paid less. It's actually ridiculous how much money they make, their pension, how little work they do. Okay, my private sector people out there, let me ask you this. Could you imagine working 9 months out of the year and walking away with 80 grand? Who cares that it's in California? That's still a ton of freaking money for working 9 months a year, 6 hours a day. It's insane. And you have health insurance and you have a pension. Like, you don't even have to put your own money into your own 401k or whatever. It's done for you. It's guaranteed for you. Imagine doing that and then going on strike because you say your job is too hard. Just like, it's ridiculous. And then these are the same teachers who will talk about like, oh, well, so-and-so, this is not going to work in the real world, whatever. What do you know about the real world? Okay, because actual people have to work 12 months out of the year. Anyways, side rant, but I was responding to Giant Bulldog there. And it's true. It's true. You know? He's losing it from talking this long? No, I'm not losing. What do you want me to talk about? Oh, let's check in on the margin again. It's the same one. No, we're having fun in the chat. We're having fun in the chat, and you know what I'm saying is true, okay? You know, there's nothing to show. Look, Trump, not out yet, okay?
I was not there.
And Utah just reported, though, it is 10 p.m., so let's take a look here. Nothing much to say in Utah. We got less than 100 votes in, so I'm not even going to acknowledge the results. But they are projecting Trump plus 14 in Utah. So the Mormons and all that stuff, it will be a stronger showing for Haley, but still going to win it. So now it all comes down to Vermont, at least according to the projection. I mean, we got to see how it goes. Like I said, Utah is a state Nikki will do a little better in because of the Mormons and all that stuff. You know, she's going to try to appeal to the Mitt Romney electorate. But it does seem like her chances of winning still not great. What website is this? I'm on New York Times. So, I mean your voice, LMAO. It is true. Yeah, no, well, no, my voice. I've been sick the past couple of days. Past couple of weeks, actually. It's not been fun, okay? Because firstly, I was tired for like 4 days straight. Like, I was extremely fatigued. And then my voice started to go. I don't know. Maybe I have COVID. Like, actually. Because I have very COVID-like symptoms, you know? Like, for a while, I was asymptomatic, but I was just really tired. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't gotten a COVID test since I left high school. So, I would never know. But it's possible. Okay? So, everyone put your mask on in the live chat, because I'm a super spreader, okay? But let's see here. Nikki Haley apparently now leading in Vermont. Yeah, she's now up by 2. Yeah. New York Times thinks she's going to win by 3.2. Well, again, that Burlington vote is going to kill us. I don't know. It's going to come down to the wire, but honestly, folks, I think she's going to win in Vermont. And why do I say that? Again, it's just the math here. Look at the vote share that's left. Take a look at this. Okay? Notice where the highest concentration is. It's all Burlington, right? It's all Burlington. And Montpelier, too, which is also very Democratic. So, like I said, we'll see what happens. But I don't think the math is really in our favor in Vermont, necessarily. Which sucks. Because now she's going to, like, go around saying she won. Oh, I won Super Tuesday because I won Vermont. Why does Burlington have to be the way it is? Because it's Vermont. I mean, look at Ben and Jerry's. That's kind of the attitude of the state, I guess. You know, just the woke ice cream really does sum up Vermont in so many ways. So let's see here. Did you get vaccinated? Of course I didn't get vaccinated. What do you think I am? Okay? Actually, I'm not going to name names, but I'm not like other conservative people who are, you know, got vaccinated. No, of course I didn't get vaccinated. What kind of question even is that? Who gave Vince COVID? Probably Nikki Haley. What's your major? My major is marketing, actually. Took a test on that today. That was, See, this is so screwed up, okay, in terms of college. I had an exam on Super Tuesday, and I had an exam on the State of the Union. It's just so inconsiderate. It's so inconsiderate, okay? I try to tell the professor, I'm like, I'm an online micro-influencer. This is my YouTube channel. Can you please give me the date? Oh, it's not in the syllabus. No. That's not a valid excuse to reschedule an exam. Just like, come on, dude. Have some respect. Have some respect. She's going to call herself the front runner now and call it a great comeback. Yep, she's literally Richard Nixon, guys. She's Richard Nixon without the everything, okay? All right? It's going to be the greatest comeback. Where's that book? I can't find that book. American Samoa. Well, let's see. What happened? Is there a Republican primary in American Samoa? Let's see. American Samoa Republican primary. I guess it's a caucus, my bad. No, I don't. I guess the Republicans don't have one. It's only the Democrats that do that. Okay. So that's interesting. Professor is a Democrat? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The nice thing about my major, though, is my professors don't really talk about politics. Like, they probably are, but honestly, like, with them, it could go either way. Like, you just have no idea, you know? One of my female professors is, yes, a female professor, but she's also married with several kids and has not divorced her husband yet. So it's a little bit of an ambiguous character profile because, you know, on one hand, she wears a pantsuit. On the other hand, she's married with kids and not divorced. So, you know, like, and she teaches business. So, like, how do you break that down? I have no idea. I really have no idea. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? All I know is business professors are great about never having run a business and knowing nothing about business. It's a very useful major I have, clearly. But anyways. Luca says, what state is going to be the most important for Trump victory in 2024? A single state. I mean, the math kind of breaks it down to where it's a combination of states. But if I were to break it down, I'd probably have to say Pennsylvania. But he can win without Pennsylvania. So that's why I say it's, you know, whatever. But you can make an argument for Pennsylvania because it's that big Rust Belt state with the most votes. Alternatively, you may want to say Wisconsin, because if he's going to crack anything in the Rust Belt, in the blue wall, what it used to be called, you got to crack Wisconsin to crack the rest of it. So you could make a case that Wisconsin is the most important, or maybe Michigan, because I don't know. I just, seeing how the boycott protest vote went against Biden in Michigan, I think Trump also may have a good shot there. So I don't know which one you want me to say is the most important. It depends what criteria you're basing it on, right? Versus to it. It was a total fluke in 2020 what really happened there. Truthfully, you know, suburban vote because of Biden's unpopularity, I think is going to swing back right a little bit. I think we'll be fine in Georgia. That's why I say I think the election's really going to come down to, I'll say PA and Wisconsin and maybe Michigan, right? Maybe Michigan. So, I'm not sure we can get Michigan and Wisconsin, maybe Ohio and Pennsylvania, but I don't know. Well, Ohio is certain. Ohio to me is the most favorable state demographically to Republicans out of the blue wall. With that said, you know, Wisconsin is weird sometimes, so maybe he takes PA but not Wisconsin, and, you know, circumstance it happens. It's possible. I don't really know. So, and the stream is down. So that's fun. Hello? Okay. Are we back? I don't know why the bitrate is so bad right now. Couldn't possibly be because I'm streaming so many YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, chat. Finally, it is here. We have been waiting. Okay, folks. So we are waiting on the Vermont primary results here, but Donald Trump, besides that, has had a clean sweep, it's looking like, on Super Tuesday. That is no surprise. But given our normal tradition, we got to tune in here and listen to Donald Trump's victory speech here in a second, but copyrighted music is playing. So in the meantime here, folks, I do just want to really quickly say, you got to wonder what he's going to say in this speech. If I were him, I'd just pivot to the general election at this point. What else do you have to say about Nikki Haley? She's a loser. She sucks. She's a clown. There's nothing more to say, really, beyond that. But anyways, folks, here is Donald Trump currently at Mar-a-Lago giving his victory speech after either a 14 out of 15 or a 15 out of 15 sweep on Super Tuesday. And we are tuning in live right now. Here you go.
Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time.
So true.
We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called inflation. It's called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing.
Yep.
But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world. And then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy, because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success. And that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent. And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together.
Early 2020.
And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad. We appreciate it. But they're strong, and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody, my staff, Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th is right around the corner. November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country.
So true.
We're going to take it, and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not. They were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened.
Yep.
For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS 100%. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that, because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They gave us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job, and we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem. You rob banks." He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, "That's where the problem is, with the Taliban." And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, "Don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it." Very interesting. What happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know. I said, "Don't ever, ever let that happen." I said in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, you have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you could think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes, and then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left.
True.
And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country. And it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we'll send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, folks, there you have it. So there was Donald Trump's victory speech after a close to clean sweep on Super Tuesday. I mean, yeah, it does look like Haley's going to win Vermont, but 14 out of 15, I mean, by any conventional standard, considering it's Vermont, that's a pretty big win. A couple takeaways there from the Trump speech itself. You kind of notice this little contrast of, on one hand, he sells the idea of unity, right? Honestly, it's a sense of selling a vision, right? Which is something I think, especially when you're the non-incumbent candidate, you need to do and do well. So he sells this vision. On one hand, like, imagine a country united under the banner of success, okay? And so you notice that he kind of extended a little bit of an olive branch, even talked about the media and how, you know, it's bad that people don't trust them. We need to trust them again, right? Not that, hey, trust the fake news, but that the media needs to restore its credibility, right? So you saw those tones of the unity, but then at the same time, he contrasts the optimistic message with the dark message. He says, this country is not going to survive. It's in a really bad place. And, you know, I thought overall that kind of style or structure of messaging will do very well in November. You got to maybe refine it a little bit, but it's on the right track, right? Sell a very bright, optimistic vision that is, by the way, also grounded in reality, but at the same time, acknowledge the dark reality that is the country right now. That is something that Trump did very effectively in 2016, right? And by the way, maybe even the unity kind of feel-good aspect of it wasn't there. He's gotten a little better at that now since. But he sells this vision of success. We're going to start winning again as a country. We're going to win like never before. But at the same time, this country is a mess. It's in a terrible state. So you think that's the way to go. So anyways, there was the Trump victory speech. And they officially, folks, have just called the state of Vermont for Nikki Haley. You hate to see it, okay? She's gonna go around acting like she won now. Oh, look, I won Super Tuesday. It's just unbelievable. Okay, so very disappointed in the state of Vermont tonight. Granted, it's probably a lot of Democrat crossovers, and it's Vermont. Who really cares? How many delegates does Vermont even give? What, 5 or something? Okay, she got 5. Oh no, 9. Okay, she got 9 delegates, I believe, out of Vermont. Okay, she's gonna get 17, but it's close. I don't think it's winner take all. So she got like 9 delegates. All right, so clearly Nikki Haley, there's a path to victory, as she always says. Yeah, it's a joke. I don't know how much longer Nikki's gonna be staying in this race, but it's the right move for Trump to basically pivot now to the general election. Notice he subtly took some shots at her, but really didn't even say her name. Right? That's on purpose. This primary is over. Nikki Haley, you can't even call her an ankle biter, because in order to be an ankle biter, you have to be in range to bite the ankles. She's more like just like floating. She's underground. How about that as an analogy? She's underground, dead in the water, as we say, right? But yeah, with that said, folks, I mean, we could keep going here, but that basically sums up Super Tuesday. I guess we'll go till 11 p.m. We can, read Super Chats and wait for the California polls to at least close here. Utah still at 1%. But there's your Super Tuesday. To recap on the Democrat side, Biden basically wins everything. That's to be expected. Cenk Uygur, unfortunately, did not break through in Vermont. But, yeah. Okay, with that said, folks, again, I'll go till 11 p.m. All right, we'll end at a round even number, and that's when California closes. I promise you're not going to get California results until about 2025. I think by 2025, we'll know the Republican winner of the California election. But with that said, folks, okay, we'll interact with chat here for about 20 minutes, and then call it a night. So feel free to send any super chats you got right now. So let's take a look here at what we have got. Okay. Dollar for $2 says, read Proverbs 11:22 NIV. Well, I do not have an NIV Bible, but let me see. Search it up here. Like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman who shows no discretion. I assume you're talking about Nikki Haley, although, well, but yeah, no, it's true. It's very true. Thank you for the $2, dollar for dollar. Let's see here. Vermont is the new Ohio. Okay, look, Ohio does not even deserve to be slandered in the same category as Vermont. Okay, if I were to be totally honest, the Ohio memes are funny and like it's Ohio, but at the same time, I mean, I can think of a lot of states I'd rather not be in than Ohio. Okay, there's worse places in this country. But, everyone just always wants to sing. Poor old Ohio, okay? All Ohio wants to do is, do crazy stuff in peace. Be on drugs and destroy Sheetz parking lots and stuff like that. And, frankly, as a Florida man, I say that, it is what it is. Okay? Leave Ohio alone for once. Ain't like where you live is so good. I mean, let's be honest about that. All right, anyways. Let's see what we got going on right now in the live chat. So, 9 delegates, LMAO. Yeah, I know, right? Wow. Nikki Mentum now, folks. That's the funny thing is she wins Vermont, right? Vermont is not even a winner-take-all state, so it splits evenly. So she gets 9 delegates, Trump gets 8. Okay? Like that. So she netted tonight in Vermont a net 1 delegate, folks. 1 delegate over Nikki Haley. I mean, what are you going to say? Okay, just a truly stunning performance. I mean, that's just historic. How will Donald Trump recover from this? Bro, I thought Vermont was the place where George Washington's college was. I must be dumb. Well, you're not that dumb. You're confusing it with Mount Vernon. Okay, so they sound similar. All right, so, you know, I understand. I understand how you could get those two confused, frankly. All right. Let's take a look here. When does Nikki Haley drop out? Again, I've said this, like, at this point, I don't know. I genuinely, I have no idea. Because we're beyond the point where I see her game plan or I understand her angle or what she's trying to do. You know, like, at this point, Nikki Haley's going to do what Nikki Haley's going to do. I can't even answer that question. Because logic says she would have dropped out, I don't know, after South Carolina. Nope, won't do that. Super Tuesday. She basically said she's going to take it all the way to the convention. And then now she's saying she's not going to pledge to support Donald Trump anymore in the general election. So, like, who the heck knows? You know, like, what she's doing right now is beyond the point of human reason. I can't see her angle. I can't try to get in her shoes and understand what she's doing, her high heels, because first of all, I'm a man, I don't wear high heels. And secondly, even if I could get in her shoes, it still wouldn't make any sense. That's the truth. Okay? Mondale, after winning Minnesota, there's still a path to victory. No, that's Nikki Haley. Imagine if Walter Mondale, 1984, because when did he win Minnesota? Like the middle of the night, he says, we still got this. We're going to win. Same energy here. Okay? I mean, that's what's going on. Bernie freaking Sanders was not this stubborn. Okay? At least Bernie Sanders won a couple of relevant major states that weren't Vermont. Okay? Like people forget Bernie Sanders won Michigan. You know? He had some respectable performances. Nikki Haley, that is not the case at all. So yeah, I'm seriously, I don't know. You know what I mean? I cannot answer for you what Nikki Haley is doing or why she's doing it. And part of me doesn't like that. Because I like to have the answers, you know. I have a read on this person. I understand what they're doing. But at this point, I can't give you the answer, you know. There's no secret code. There's no breakdown that people are missing. She is just far gone, okay? She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She's cuckoo for Raytheon and Boeing lobbyist money. I mean, I don't know at this, but they're not even giving her money to do this. So, like, I don't even know, you know. Only thing I can think of is she's preparing for that CNN contributorship, right? She's going to get some type of job as the token anti-Trump Republican on liberal media, and that's going to be the next stage of her career, which we've seen that happen many times before. I said earlier tonight, I think it's still true, she should join The View, right? They need their token, quote-unquote, Republican, quote-unquote, conservative, because you know how it always goes. They choose someone super lame, super milquetoast, but to seem like there's diversity of opinion on the show, you know, Meghan McCain, say what you will about her, but for what she fulfilled on The View, she did her job. I could very much see Nikki Haley filling those shoes, right? Like, to me, and honestly, it makes sense, okay? If I were ABC, I'd be calling Nikki Haley right now. Hey, we'll offer you a couple million. This will be a hit. Come join The View, replace Meghan McCain. But that's just me. I don't know what goes on in people's heads. I don't know networks. I don't know how The View, frankly, is even still on television, to tell you the truth. Okay? Who is watching that show? Who is a fan of that show? I've never heard anyone even talk about, oh, I like The View. Okay? Oh, Housewives watch that show. First of all, Housewives all have smart TVs now, okay? They're probably watching freaking YouTube or Roku, whatever, okay? Secondly, how many housewives are even still left in this country that are like liberal housewives? You know, the suburban pampered mom thing? I don't know. Whatever. It's beyond my purview, to tell you the honest truth, okay? It is what it is. But anyways, point being, I seriously think Nikki Haley should join the ladies of The View. I think she'll fit right in, and she'll do a great job as the token Republican that's not really a Republican. So, and you know, Anna Navarro, I think her and Anna Navarro will get along great. Okay, they both have voices that sound like nails on chalkboards. It's perfect. She's tailor-made for that show. She's tailor-made for that show. Truly. So I don't know about you guys. I think this is a great idea. But anyways, let's see what else we got going on live chat. Again, last call for super chats. We're going to end the stream here in about 10 or so minutes. So Meghan McCain isn't on The View. No, I know she's not. There's some new girl now. I don't even know her name. I'm saying that ever since Meghan McCain was known for being on The View, okay? Whatever the new girl is, okay, God bless her. She probably has a hard job, but I'm saying Nikki Haley can fill the shoes ever since she left The View. You know what I mean? So anyway, she can be the Indian diversity hire. I mean, I guess that too. Even though she's barely Indian, but what are you going to do? Right? What are you going to say? My grandma watches it. Your grandma watches The View. Well, I guess we did find the someone. Okay, fair enough. We finally found someone who watches The View. Captain Mark says your dad watches The View. Your dad watches The View. Okay, one thing to be a woman and watch The View. Your dad... That's like a dude sitting down and watching The Bachelor by himself. Like not with his girlfriend, by himself. In fact, The View is arguably more girly than watching the freaking Bachelor. Your dad watches... That's a show made for girls. Literally, it's all chicks on the show. He's like, ooh, these women have such insightful opinions. No. Your dad watches that? And he can't be watching it just because, oh, the ladies on The View are hot, because they're not. And obviously, right? So why is your dad watching it? That's a little bit sus. Okay? In fact, that's incredibly sus. Okay, Captain Mark, tell your dad you are the man of this household now. Okay, just go and tell him. What is he going to do? He watches The View. What is he going to do? He doesn't have the stones to do anything. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. You have a grown man by himself. Not because, like, his wife wants to watch it. He just likes the show. It's over for Western civilization. It's over for Western. Yeah, your dad did lose his man card. You can tell him I said that. Okay? You can literally tell him some random conservative YouTuber said that you are not a man. Okay? Tell him that. Trust, he despises Trump so much. No. Look, I even get that aspect of it, okay? He's a liberal, whatever. But you know what liberal men, quote unquote, watch, okay? They watch CNN. They watch maybe like Real Time or Stephen Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel or some stupid, brain sludge, okay? But The View is a show made for women. Like, the set is literally light pink, okay? Like, you know this. Sort of. So that's next levels. That's next levels of unbelievable. Okay? I don't even understand that. It's just not right. Okay? How is he supposed to be a father to you when he's watching a show like that? Unbelievable. And they say our generation is the problem. Yes, to some degree we are, but come on, okay? Your Gen X or Boomer dad is watching that, and then they're going to be like, this generation is so... No, you watch The View as a man. Opinion disregarded. Okay, opinion disregarded. Bill Maher got fact-checked on his own show about Poso. I know, we're doing a video on that tomorrow. But, just wow. Just unbelievable. Okay, Ronald Weaver, your dad seems like a cool guy. He just needs a lesson in digital literacy. Okay? So, but you know, I've had to train people on that too. Okay? But at least he's a man. All right? At least he's a man. You know, maybe you need to teach him, hey, Dad, you know, there's certain things you shouldn't say on the internet, you know, digital trail, all that stuff. But at least he has the spirit of masculinity in his bones. POV Andrew Tate catches you watching The View. Yeah, no, we need that. You know the Andrew Tate and Peppa Pig one. We probably need that meme. You know the GTA memes. Oh yeah, the GTA one. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, I think that's necessary in this situation. Okay, GTA Andrew Tate needs to fly in on a helicopter and crash into the backyard and then, you know, do the meme. Okay? My brother-in-law was liberal until he got into Joe Rogan. We can only pray he gets over TDS. Well, you know, that's the power of figures like that. That's why, you know, as I've gotten older, I've softened my tone on kind of your Joe Rogans, your Bill Maher's, even Bill Maher. Like, I think Joe's on a different stratosphere than Bill, but even people like Bill Maher, because sometimes it's a pipeline, it's a gateway. You know, in the same way you have gateway drugs, sometimes you can have gateway red pills, where one person kind of opening your mind in some regard can cause you to ultimately like explore other stuff and go down that rabbit hole. And I'll be honest, that was me. Bill Maher was probably like one of my first political influences when I was in middle school. I remember he used to do that stuff talking about Islamic terrorism with Sam Harris and them. And I agreed with Bill on stuff, right? And that was actually kind of one of my first introductions to being interested in political issues. And, you know, it's a long story, but when you... Oh, and the stream dropped. Thank you for that. Okay, we're back. Anyways, as I was saying, it's a long story. I'm not going to get into the whole timeline there. But, you know, when you really look back at it, he deserves credit for being one of my first political influences toward the right-wing direction. And he's not right-wing, right? But, you know, maybe I would have found those ideas anyway. But when you look back at it all, right? Like, Bill is kind of the guy who started it all for me, which is ironic because now I make a bunch of content dogging on him. But partially, the part of the reason I do that is because it's like, okay, Bill woke me up when I was young. So now, out of a genuine respect for the guy for doing so, we got to wake him up, you know? So that's honestly kind of the reason I do so much Bill Maher content, besides the fact that, you know, I just kind of enjoy doing it. But, you know, the same is true of someone like Joe Rogan, right? Which, I by the way, I think Joe Rogan is a lot more right-leaning than Bill Maher is overall. But, you know, same category where he's sort of in the middle on certain things. And I think in the greater zeitgeist, figures like that are important. You know, they're necessary to exist somewhere. And if you're a conservative who gets it and honestly, I've been there, okay? That's why I say I've softened my tone on this stuff. Because if you go back to my content, like, I don't know, 3 years ago now, you might hear a different tone on those sorts of figures. But, you know, the way I see it now, I understand that, right? So if Joe Rogan woke up your brother-in-law and now he's not as liberal as he used to be, that's a net positive. It's a chess game. You're trying to get to the king, or you're trying to get to the end of the board. I guess that's more checkers, but still. And it's a process to get there, right? Process to get there. I'd say us hardcore conservatives were in the end game, okay? But, you know, some people are still in the opening, and that's okay, right? So, Ronald Weaver. No, your dad sounds like a fun guy to talk to. All right, he sounds. I think he means well. All right, I think he means well. So, all right, we're almost done here, folks. But feel free to send any last super chats or any last thoughts. Hey, don't worry, man. I was into Colbert in high school. Oh gosh. All right, that's one thing I can say I was never into, because I never found him funny. I just never found them funny. I always thought of all the kind of 2010s talk show hosts, Conan was basically the only funny one for the most part. I guess Kimmel pre-Trump had his moments, but still, it was always Conan for me. Okay, which I guess I'm kind of vindicated because Conan obviously is kind of a liberal, but he really stays out of politics for the most part, and you know he doesn't go around excessively making everything political. You know, he still, even to this day, he still does a lot of his kind of just core non-political comedies. So maybe I was vindicated in always finding him funny, at least when I was younger, because I go back here and then and watch some of the old stuff from like the early 2010s. I'm like, yeah, no, actually it's not as funny as it was when I was in middle school, but it still holds up. Okay, like Jordan Shalansky, that guy's still funny. You know, that still holds up to this day in my opinion. So, but that's what I liked in like middle school and a little bit of high school in terms of the late night stuff. Although as I got older, I realized all that stuff is for old people. Like my generation, we don't watch late night television. It's just not our thing, you know? I miss Conan a lot. I rewatch his segments a lot. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I have to imagine that's part of the reason he left late night is because late night TV, I should say, because he never really fit in because all these other fools, like all they want to do is rant about politics for the entire night. And Conan was a guy who, yeah, I mean, he got political at times. He made softcore political jokes at times, but in fairness to him, he would make fun of both sides. But then on top of that, it's just, it wasn't really ever the focus of his show, is just ranting about politics. And so, you know, I think part of it was because that's all that late night is these days, he just doesn't fit in with the industry anymore, you know? So, Nikki hasn't won a single state yet. Okay, well, I'm going to correct you. Vermont is technically a state. Now, there was some partitioning that went on way back in the day that you could argue Vermont really should have never been a state, and why is it even a state at all? But it's there, and unfortunately, Nikki is about to win it by about 4 points. So it will not be a 50 out of 50 for Trump. It will be a 49 out of 50 because stupid Vermont is like, hey, we're the state of gay ice cream and Bernie Sanders, and, you know, we're going to vote for Nikki Haley for some reason. Okay? So that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Jesse Waters was my first introduction to conservatism. I was in middle school at the time, and I liked... yeah, for me, like, the first real conservative influence on me was definitely Tucker. I remember that. Because freshman year of high school, I just didn't care about politics, and then March for Our Lives happened, and I was, like, kind of interested in it again. And I remember his rants about illegal immigration and guns and all that stuff back then. I actually got super into it. If you watch my very first videos, you scroll all the way down on my Instagram and watch my very first videos, I think you can tell I was heavily influenced by Tucker. Okay? And then there was a phase where I was heavily influenced by Ben Shapiro, and you can see that too. And then eventually you just become your own person, you know? Which is what I'd say I am now. But I do think it's kind of a flex, or I kind of appreciate that my first conservative influence was Tucker, though, because now, like, years later, it's still Tucker, right? I'm talking, this is early to mid 2018 is when I became a huge Tucker Carlson fan, right? Because he really hit the height of his popularity like 2020 or so. In fact, I remember back then, a lot of conservatives didn't like Tucker because he would criticize Trump on certain things. And this was the phase where it was Trump honeymoon, you know? And then in retrospect, you realize, hey, some of those criticisms of Trump were actually pretty valid. Like, he should have focused more on immigration. And, hey, the wall should have been built on day one instead of pursuing Obamacare and tax cuts and all that stuff. But I remember I was always a big Tucker fan. And that is kind of a point of vindication when you look at everything in retrospect, you know? So, anyways, we're almost done here, folks. I'm going to call it a stream here tonight. But the polls did just close in California. So let's see if we get any vote counts at all here. Nope. Typical California. I don't even think they start counting till 11. You know, some states they count, but then they hide the results from the public. Nope, it's California. Okay. How many poll watchers you think in California are smoking weed? Okay, how many they're like, oh, dude? Because that's honestly half the reason why people in California drive so terribly. Is like everyone's high. Okay? I know that the public opinion on marijuana legalization is far out of the conservatives' favor anymore. But, you know, spend a little bit of time in California and really ask yourself if you want a society to be full of people like that. Let me just say that. Okay? It's true. It's true. So, anyways, let's see. Any last super chats? Let me take a look here. I don't think California's going to report for about 10 years. So, I'm not sure there's much point in just sitting here waiting to see if it happens. So, you know. Anything else in the live chat? Weed is awful. Yes, this is true. This is true. Again, I understand I'm in the minority for this opinion in terms of basically everywhere. But I really don't see what good marijuana legalization does for society. You know? And if you want to say, oh, it's an issue of rights or whatever, I mean, sure. But there is still some moral control on things, is there not? Because why is cocaine illegal? You know, and then no one debates legalizing that. I might make the argument society would be better off. Okay, no, but like in all seriousness, yeah, I'm not gonna get into this. All I'm gonna say is maybe again hot take because a lot of conservatives are pro weed now too. If I was given a referendum in my state, legalize marijuana, I'd vote no. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? Fight me over it. Oh, personal liberty, freedom. Okay, like, you know, again, I get all that, but we have controlled substances in this country. Now, if you want to be consistent and say they should all be legal, I mean, I'm not sure I agree with that, but okay, at least that's a consistent standard. But unless you're going to go down that rabbit hole with me, like, you can make the argument that, hey, certain drugs are not good for society or whatever, right? And if we're going to go down the rabbit hole, I would fully make the case that marijuana is just, the way I always frame it is this. It's the drug of liberalism. It really is when you think about it. It is the drug of liberalism. Think about where it got popularized. 1960s, right? Woodstock, the hippies, the people burning the American flag, the communists, right? That's literally where the origin story of marijuana in this country in terms of, at least, hemp I know was around, but in terms of being smoked recreationally, that's where it all started, right? Then you think about like the ghetto side of it and all that, and then think about it now, people of both political sides smoke weed. Like I'm mature enough, I know enough people to know that. I'm just saying, when you put things into archetypes, is it really a liberal drug or a conservative drug? It's a liberal drug. Think about what it does to you, right? Because that's the thing. It's like, if I'm going to do drugs, wouldn't you want to be awake, alert? Wouldn't you want to be strong? Wouldn't you want to be able to get more stuff done if you're going to do drugs, right? Okay, I'd argue if you were to do this classification, what is a right-wing drug and what is a left-wing drug? I would argue a right-wing drug is a drug that like stimulates you, right? It heightens you, especially for a man, right? It heightens your masculinity. It may be too far, right? That's why they're bad, but still, right? So like if you're a guy doing like cocaine, okay, you're like crazy, okay? You're tearing stuff down, you're jumping out of windows. Yes, is it too much? I agree, sure. But at least it's sort of quote unquote right wing in the sense it's unleashing you as a man. Whereas weed, it's the reason I say it's a liberal drug is it does the opposite. What does it do? Dude, I'm like docile. Let me just go eat some food and go to sleep. And then I would honestly make the argument, why do they want to make it legal? Why do they push it on liberals and people in general? It's because that's what they want to do to you. They want to turn you into a stoner. Why? Because the stoner can't resist anything. He is too docile. He's so easy to control. Easiest person to control in the world is a stoner if you're a world government. If you have a society of stoners, what kind of revolution are they going to lead? They're going to smoke weed and go to sleep and get fat because they're eating a bunch of food because of the munchies, right? So that's why I actually say, like, I'm not joking when I say marijuana is a liberal drug, okay? And I think there's a reason why there's this push to legalize it, right? It's true, right? Whereas you think of like stimulants, and I'm not saying they should be legalized. I'm just doing a little thought exercise here, right? If you had a society of people who were all on like cocaine or meth, okay, let me just like put it that way, right? Again, I'm not endorsing that, but would those people be easy to control? Absolutely not. Okay? You piss off those people in the slightest way, they're storming the freaking White House and starting a revolution. Okay? So this is just a little like thing to demonstrate, just to say that's why I'm against weed. That's why, again, you know, like I have friends who smoking and stuff. Like I'm not like, oh my gosh, weed. But honestly, I'm still like this in 2024. If I were given a ballot in front of me that was saying legalize recreational marijuana, I would vote no. Again, I'd vote no. Now, I am open to the idea that weed may have some medicinal purposes. I don't buy this whole thing that like, I know people use that for pain. Look, I'm also right-wing, which means I'm all for alternative medicine. Okay, so for certain uses, like just like fentanyl, right? Fentanyl is used medicinally. It's a painkiller and it is used in anesthetics and stuff, right? Fentanyl has a medicinal use. I'm just as open to, and cocaine used to have a medicinal use. They don't use it anymore, but they used to do it, right? Now they use Adderall. Okay, whatever. I'm open. Yeah, I don't know if I would do it, but I'm not against that. But all I'm saying is recreational weed, it's just like at the end of the day, it's just cringe. It's just, it's not even cool. It's lame. Like stoners are lame. They're not even cool. They're not even cool degenerates. They're lame degenerates. If you're going to be a degenerate, why wouldn't you want to at least not be a lame one? You know, it's true. So anyways, that's my little rant about marijuana and why I'm actually pretty against it. Although I will say, I think public opinion on it is turning back in our favor to some degree. Because I think it was interesting. They did a referendum in Ohio earlier this year. Remember they did that Ohio election where they had the abortion referendum and the marijuana referendum? And it was interesting. The marijuana referendum, if I'm not mistaken, actually underperformed the abortion one. It was less popular than the abortion one. And you would think, oh, it's like bipartisan at this point, right? But I think what it is a lot of people are actually getting sick of stoners in society, right? They're getting sick of going out, smelling weed everywhere, having to deal with high drivers who, honestly, I would argue are worse than drunk drivers, okay? They're like, they're terrible, right? And they're dealing with this everywhere, and they're like, actually, I don't like this. Like this is annoying me. This is getting on my nerves. Maybe this is not so good for society. But anyways, that's my marijuana take. I'll read your super chats in a second and call it a night. But just really quickly to show you here, we did get our first results out of California. 3% of the votes in. Donald Trump up 75% to Nikki Haley's 21% with a raw vote total of 42,000 votes to 12,000 votes. So my home state doesn't do a lot right these days, but at least the Republicans there know what they're doing. They're actually estimating Trump will win the California Republican primary by 40 points. Okay, so there's your California result. I said we'd stay up to cover that. All right, here we go. Last few super chats here, and then we will call it a night. Fernandez T says, yo, what's up, Vince? Yo, Vince, what's up from Los Angeles? Land of the productive potheads, ? Good to see you. Good to see you. From LA. But no, they're not productive potheads. Okay? They're not. Okay? It is the land of potheads. You're right about that. But the productivity, I don't know so much. Okay? All I know in California is like half the reason when you have this car that's like mystifyingly what the heck are they doing? 100% of the time it's because they're on marijuana. Every single time, you know? It's the truth. This super chat brought to you by Indica from MAGA country. Is that a weed thing? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Again, that's my take on this. Okay, that's my take on this. You're free to disagree. Like I said, I have friends who smoke weed. Okay, I'm not like, I mean, I call them gay for it. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not like, oh my gosh, how dare you do it? But you know, that's just how I feel about it. And you know, I wondered, hey, maybe you get older, you'll because I felt like this for years about it, right? Probably like the past 4 years. And I thought maybe you get older, you're going to view it differently. No, honestly, I haven't. I haven't, okay? In fact, I'll tell you a funny story about one of my friends, okay? I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. But anyways, long story short, there's this guy, okay? He is like the biggest social butterfly you'll ever meet. Like, the guy is so hyper, okay? Freaking life of the party, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I meet this guy. And like last semester, we go to midget wrestling together. Okay? We go to midget wrestling. And I'm not gonna like expose him or anything, but you know, long story short, okay. He, like I said, I like this guy because he's so energetic and funny and so lively and all that stuff, right? He decides before midget wrestling, which I understand the logic here, okay? I understand where he's coming from, but he decides he's going to take an edible, all right? He's going to take an edible. Because I guess, you know, hey, maybe if you're high, like, it'll be really funny to see the midgets, okay? But I kid you not, the moment he takes his edible, this guy's a totally different person. Like, I'm going to midget wrestling because I'm trying to cheer on the midgets. Like, I'm trying to have fun. Like, yeah, let's go, 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 right? Okay? I kid you not. I kid you not, chat. This guy, all right? He just sits there. Again, this is like one of the most energetic guys I know. He just sits there the whole time like this. Yeah. Oh. Okay? The whole time. And I kid you not, that single experience, like, reaffirmed everything I've thought about marijuana. You know, it's like, the moment you get a, hey, maybe temptation, hey, you know, it'll be fun. Like, the moment that happens, I'm like, I am vindicated in why I hate this drug so much, okay? Because here you have one of the most, like, out-of-pocket, like, funny, lively people I know, and we're at midget freaking wrestling. Okay, one of the most unhinged, like, degenerate things you can possibly go to that exists because it's just so ridiculous, right? And this guy, who is like always dancing, always the life of the party, he's mute. He's like he's totally asleep. Okay, and I'm trying to get him into it. I'm like, dude, like, that was awesome, and he wouldn't have it. And then we leave, and he just goes home and goes to sleep. And I'm like, what happened to this guy? Okay, what happened to they destroyed him. It destroyed him. And so, you know, that's again why I can't stand marijuana. Okay. Now, again, some people use it medicinally. Some people use it to help them fall asleep. I don't know, okay? Like, all right, I'm not going to come and fight you for it, okay? But I just know my personal experience has always been people just become worse around it. Maybe it's because, like, I want to be around energetic people, okay? You know, I'm like that, you know? I don't know. I used to be an introvert when I was younger, but I've become sort of an extrovert as I got older. It's weird. I don't know why that happened, but so, you know, maybe that's just the type of people I want to be around. But I just cannot stand people when they're stoned. I'm like, come on, dude, come on. Like, let's do something. Let's go. Like, come on, you know? I don't know. That's just my take on it. I don't know. Okay. Dollar for $2 says drunk drivers are so oppressed, to be honest. It's so sad. Well, I mean, you compare it to like high drivers. I feel like the stereotype there is not weighted, because drunk drivers are seen like, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. But like the drivers I've seen on who are high, clearly high, I'd argue they're actually a lot more dangerous than the drunk drivers. Okay? Because you're like in the fast lane going like 20 miles per hour. Okay? Yeah, drunk drivers are more reckless. They're more, whatever. But you're going to cause a big pile up because someone's going to rear end you, and then they're going to rear end it. And then I've seen other times where they're so freaking high, they just start like merging into other people and almost cause an accident because they're like their heads in the total clouds, But how often do you see PSAs on high drivers? No, it's always the drunk drivers. It's like marijuana always gets this exemption with people, and I don't buy it. I don't buy it on that regard. But even just on the personal level, I just don't like when people are on it. It's not even cool. Like, they're not even cool. They're not even fun when they do it, At least when people have other stuff in their system, they're fun. Okay? I'm not even saying it's good. I'm just, at least they're fun. But you're going to put that in your system and then like be lame? Like, you're going to be like 10 times lamer of a person? I don't understand why people would want to do a drug like that, Like that's just the way I see it. Fernandez says, I'm high all the time. My record is clean AF. I mean, okay, then fair enough. I mean, good for you. I mean, there's some people who are like, they do so much weed where it's just kind of like the normal state of their system. Like, I know Mike Tyson is like that. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to go to Mike Tyson's face and say, bro, stop doing weed. That sucks. Like, okay, like, I get it. I'm just saying, like, people who use it to get a high specifically and like have fun, it honestly, to me, I find that does the opposite. You become lazy and stupid while you do it. Exactly. And that's my point, is like, like, obviously you don't want to incentivize people to be putting anything bad in their system, but en masse, like, if just think about this again as a thought exercise. If you were going to give drugs to a society, wouldn't you want to at least give drugs that, hey, maybe they're not good for your liver or whatever, but at least increase energy, increase productivity, right? Like, give people some agency, get people moving, doing stuff, getting stuff done, working, chasing goals, whatever, right? Why would you want to give society everything that does the opposite? Oh, wait, because they don't want ambitious people, right? The stoners, like I said, are easy to control if you're a government. They're not going to go fight a revolution. What are they going to do, right? So, smoking cigars are way better than weed. That's true. It's true. At least nicotine gets men specifically. At least nicotine raises testosterone. I'm not going to endorse or encourage people to do it, okay? I know kids watch the channel. Don't smoke, kids. But at least it does that, At least it does that. I believe that's called caffeine. Yeah, caffeine is an example. Other stimulants exist that are not as good for your long-term health, but they're out there, right? But yeah, I mean, that's just overall the point I'd make on it, I don't care what Quakers deem as cool or hip, especially not what I choose to do in my free time after work. Again, like, I'm not here to freaking come after you for I am sharing my personal opinion on weed, and I'm telling you, if it came down to a political referendum, how I would vote. That's it. Take your opinion as you will. Alcohol doesn't make you productive either. That's a poor argument, in my opinion. I never said alcohol makes you productive. I was kind of talking more about stimulants than downers. Yeah, alcohol is also a downer, right? The difference I was saying there is, like, alcohol at least makes people social and not antisocial, right? But I'm comparing it more to like stimulants, you know? You have a vice, Vince? I have plenty of vices. I'm not claiming to be innocent. I'm just saying that like that's my stance on weed. Okay? I'm sorry for having it. Oh no. You know, weed people always will be like that. Not saying you, but it happens all the time. You don't like weed, bro, you got to try it, bro. Like there's always that defensive behavior about it. Like that's just the way I am. Can we agree that not all smokers are stupid and lazy though? Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's plenty of people who use marijuana and they're still productive, but I would say, however, that I think for most people, marijuana makes them lazier and stupider than they normally are. Okay? So I will agree with you that there's plenty of people who smoke weed and live productive, healthy lives. But I would also say that at least for most people, weed does make them lazier and stupider than they normally are. I mean, that's kind of what it's meant to do, right? Fernandez says, I'm just wondering because I got that theory that we all have a vice to cope in this flesh world. I mean, look, no, like, again, like I said, I have friends who smoke weed. Like, it's not, I understand it is a reality that, like, a lot of people just do it. Okay, I'm just saying, like, me personally, it's never been something that I've been drawn to, right? And by the way, they just called California. So as we end this stream, pissing everyone off, they've just called California with 20% of the vote in. Which just is funny. They're counting faster than Utah. Okay? So shout out to California. Okay? They're actually counting faster than Utah. That's kind of hilarious. There's a difference between recreational use weed and medical weed because of THC levels. Yeah, no, I know. And like I said, I'm not actually against medicinal uses of weed. Again, I think people are delusional about it sometimes. It's not this miracle drug that cures all diseases. But again, just like there's medicinal uses for fentanyl, I'm sure there's medicinal uses for weed. You know, it's a little dated now, but there used to be medicinal uses for cocaine and meth and alcohol even. You know, that's funny. That's how they used to try to numb you up, is they just give you some whiskey or moonshine or whatever, which, I'm sure it works to some degree. It's probably not the most effective, but you know the point, right? So I'm not against medicinal marijuana at all. I'm open to the idea as someone who just is against big pharma and prefers any forms of holistic medicine that there are if they work, right? You got to see if they work, but you know, okay, we're back. The stream is back. Moonshine is based. No, it's true. It's the original cough medicine. Okay. I may or may not have done that once because I was too lazy to buy cough medicine. it actually worked. Or I was gonna say it actually worked. It was kind of funny. But anyways, Vince's internet is on weed. No, exactly. Okay, this is the last thing I'll address, and we'll call it a night. Marijuana's classification has always been a political question, not a medical one. That's 100% true. You are not wrong about that. I am totally the reasons I laid out for why I am not in favor of weed are entirely political. I'm fully acknowledging that to you. Now, if you want to disagree, that's fine. I literally said it's a liberal drug, and here's the reasons why, right? So I'm in agreement with you there, right? Now, there are negative health effects to weed, obviously, but there's a lot of things that are legal that also are pretty bad for you too. So, like, you know, I don't really necessarily go down that argument. Now, people who say it's totally safe or totally good for your long-term health, I think that's a lie. But, you know, sure, it's relative. Hey, this is legal, this is not, fine. But yeah, I'm acknowledging to you the reasons I am against weed are totally political and social, you know? I guess that's kind of true. All right, but anyways, folks, that wraps up our Super Tuesday stream. I'm glad we ended the night on something totally unrelated, and that was kind of funny. But yeah, to wrap up here, folks, I mean, let's show you the map, okay? Utah is not finished. I mean, he's going to win. Let's be real. Trump's going to win there, so we're good on that front. But yeah, Alaska, he'll win. So Nikki Haley wins one state. Trump goes 14 for 15. Stupid Vermont, you know, freaking just screwing with our business as usual. Of course, I wake up every day and I think to myself, how has Vermont ruined my life today? Okay? It really is the bane of all of my existence, okay? You know, I know we went on this whole rant about, you know, pot and all that stuff, but truly, okay, I will unite with the stoners in agreeing that Vermont is the source of all of America's problems, okay? It is those people up in Vermont. They're doing some shady stuff, all right? I can't even speak at this point. We've lost it. Their interests are not our interests. This is so true. Those dang people up in Vermont. All right, but yeah, Nikki Haley goes 1 for 15. Cenk Uygur, unfortunately, sadly, did not win Vermont either. Okay, you know, Vermont handed us 2 L's tonight. We might think it's true, right? They did. Because if you're not going to give it to Trump, at least let Cenk Uygur beat Biden because it'll be funny. No, the people of Vermont said, nope. We don't know how to have any fun. They're probably smoking weed. No, in all seriousness. Okay, that said, folks, be sure to leave a like on this video. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Thanks to everyone who tuned in tonight. We got a total of 9,000 views tonight, so that's great. Love to see that. That might actually be one of our more higher viewed election streams. Not sure. But thank you to everyone who tuned in. We, again, will not be live for the State of the Union because I have a stupid test. But I'll try to do like a reaction video to it or something. And yeah. All right. What else do I have to say? Website coming soon. Stay tuned. Okay, that's all I got to say at this point. Stay tuned. Putting it out there. All right. Till then. Be sure to like and subscribe. Alpha moves only. God bless. Have a very great rest of your night. And peace. I love that the internet just disconnected while I was... Oh. Okay. All right. I love that the internet just disconnected while I was freaking trying to play the outro. So let's do that one more time.
To a developing story.
All right.